Welcome to the February 27th, 2024 special Northampton City Council meeting. I'm Alex Jarrett, and as City Council President, I'll be presiding this evening along with Vice President Rachel Maori. This meeting and all participating on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. I now call the City Council to order. Laura, can you take the roll, please?
Certainly. Councillor Dobbs.
Here.
Councillor Elkins. Oh, not present yet.
I just let her in.
Oh, great. Councillor Elkins, I'll come back to her maybe. Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Pastrich Clemmer.
Here.
If someone's able to unmute Marissa, wow, because otherwise she won't be able to respond. Councillor Perry.
Here.
Councillor Rothenberg.
Here.
And Councillor Elkins, if you're able to unmute. I see her. Let me okay. Councillor Elkins.
Hello. Yes. Hi.
Okay,
Here.
thank you. Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Tonight's highlights include 3 resolutions, one in support of our Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members, and 2 on a ceasefire in Gaza, appointment confirmations, including for the auditor, and 3 ordinances about stop signs and parking. First, wanted to address some decisions that I've made recently as council president. First, on February 13th, I decided to delay Councillor Dubb's ceasefire resolution. The purpose of that delay was to gather more community input and have councilors discuss both resolutions at the same meeting, which we'll be doing tonight. After the public comment period at our February 15th meeting, several councilors requested a special meeting so we could consider these resolutions before March 7th. Tonight was the earliest date that worked for all councilors due to February school vacation schedules last week. Second, the decision to hold this meeting on Zoom. One of the items tonight, the appointment of the auditor, is near its time limit. Per our charter, we have 45 days to make a decision, or the appointment is confirmed without our action. So after the disruption at our February 15th meeting that prevented us from taking up that item, I decided that this meeting should be on Zoom only, as I didn't want to risk further disruption and delay for that item. Public comment is next. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. The raise hand feature is in the bottom menu bar by reactions. If you are calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. If you're having trouble raising your virtual hand, you can turn on your video and physically raise your hand. If you want to submit a written public comment, please email it to citycouncil@northamptonma.gov, and it will be sent to all councilors and will be part of the public record. Before you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, the council limits comments to a maximum of 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Councillor Maori will have a timer will go off, and I will ask you to please finish your sentence. We also have a maximum limit for public comment of 90 minutes in total. According to council rules, we do not respond during public comment. It's your time to speak. So while your comments should be directed to us, we aren't allowed to respond. Our rules also state that councilors and members of the public shall conduct themselves with civility and respect at all times. Your protected speech is a constitutional right, and it's one we ask you to wield with consideration and respect for all, and with recognition that the public space that grants you that freedom is shared equally by everyone. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. I also ask that all but the council turn off your video until you're called upon. Only the person recognized has the floor, and all comments are to be directed to the council. It's also, while we're deliberating, it's very hard for us to see each other for me to call on councilors as well. So that can be difficult if there's video on by folks who aren't on the council. This meeting can also be watched on Comcast Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media's YouTube channel. So we'll begin public comment, and the first person is Nick Mautern.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Nick Mautern. I live at 16 Strong Avenue in Northampton. And I want to say that I appreciate very much the council having this meeting prior to March 7th. I also appreciate them separating the resolutions into two parts from the original that they had. I'd like to ask if we could have 5 seconds of silence for the people who have died already in Gaza and the West Bank, certainly on all sides of this, and very particularly for Aaron Bushnell, who took his life to try to save lives. So I'll just say, I'm just not going to speak for 5 seconds, and then I'll offer my comment about the resolution. Thank you very much. I want to say that I do favor the resolution for ceasefire offered by Councilman or Councilperson Dubs. I think it's very clear. I think it's very strong, and I think the average person will read it and understand it very easily. If there are not the votes to approve that resolution, I would like to ask that there be an amendment to the other ceasefire resolution, and this would be an amendment on the 3rd page of the resolution as it appears on the docket, under the paragraph 3 that begins, "Be it further resolved." In line number 2, I would like to ask that the word unrestricted be deleted, and in its place, the word all be inserted, so that it would read, suspension of all military aid from the United States. And the reason I ask this is because there is a confusion about, under the law, what's called restricted and unrestricted aid. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next person is Clara Wagner.
Hi, thanks for everyone who showed up.
Clara, if you can say your name and city or town.
Yeah, my name is Clara Wagner. I live in Holyoke, but I used to live in Northampton, worked in Northampton, went to grad school in Northampton, spent time there. And it's been really hard to think through how to like intellectually convince people that genocide is bad and that something assertive should be done about that. And so I'm going to trust other people to do that. Other people did an excellent job of that at the last council meeting. And I don't think there's anything I can add to that. And so I think all I could think of was just to ask the council people to like check in with your bodies in terms of like, I have to imagine that as you listen to people giving statistic after statistic and narrative after narrative about genocide, that you have felt something in your body. And so I just wonder, like, if you check in right now with like what sensation is present with you, like what's in your gut, your stomach, whatever, like just noticing what's there. Like, I think I have to believe that you all are in touch enough with your humanity that you feel some of this dissonance, that like when you hear everything that's been said at the last council meeting and some of what will be said at this council meeting, like you have to know that something horribly wrong is happening. Like I trust you to know that somehow or somewhere. And that like if you have that, then yeah, I think I'm just holding a lot of hope that for our sake and your sake and the sake of every Palestinian life that's on the line, yeah, that you can just act in really like assertive, decisive ways in speaking up against this genocide. And I think, you know, in terms of the resolutions that are on the table, yeah, just feel a lot of support for Councilperson Stubbs' resolution. I'm really grateful for that resolution, and yeah, really hope that it can pass decisively and soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Stan Shapiro. Stan, your city or town, and
I'm muted. Oh, yeah, hi, there I
we
am.
can hear you.
Stan Shapiro, Northampton. I am currently one of the co-presidents of Congregation B'nai Israel in Northampton. And first, on behalf of our congregation, I'd like to thank Mayor Shara, President Jarrett, and other counselors for your support during these very difficult few months in which we've seen the threat of anti-Jewish attacks rise nationally, statewide, and locally. The resolution on anti-Jewish, Islamophobic, and anti-Arab hate is welcomed and appreciated. We look to be a partner in helping to implement it. Next, I'd like to address the resolutions on the ceasefire. And let me be really clear that I'm speaking personally and not in my role as co-president at CBI on the resolutions on ceasefire. In our community, there are many diverse views about these resolutions, and so I speak only for myself here. Let me first address Councilor Dubb's proposal. I think this is a terrible proposal. It fails to address the attacks and threats that Israel has had and continues to experience, nor does it address the ongoing security needs of Israel and the very real threat that groups like Hamas present. The resolution proposed by Councilors Jarrett, Maori, Moulton, and Pastor Klemer is, I believe, generally well thought out, nuanced, and balanced. I and many others have suggested some changes, though in general, I personally support the language and their efforts in crafting this resolution. However, I do question the wisdom of the council passing a resolution for ceasefire at this time, while there is such fractious air in Northampton about this. On this issue, as with many others, our city is increasingly polarized and divided. I believe our efforts on a local level should be focused on ways to create dialogue and education on both sides of this issue, as opposed to playing into and furthering the divides and polarization we're experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Anne Fine. Anne, are you able to unmute?
It keeps saying that the host is muting me.
Oh, no,
Okay.
there you are. We have you.
All right.
Welcome. Your name and
you.
city or town,
Yeah.
please.
My name is Anne Fine. I live in Northampton. And I urge the city council to pass one of the resolutions calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. There is a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Currently, close to 30,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli military action since the October 7th attack on Israel by Hamas. As of now, 75% of Gaza's 2.2 million residents have been displaced. A new study done by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and the Johns Hopkins Center for Humanitarian Health has projected that over the next 6 months, if the attacks in Gaza continue, an additional 58,000 Palestinians will die by August. And if Israel proceeds as planned to escalate their onslaught, more than 74,000 will die. This study predicts that with a ceasefire, only 6,500 deaths would occur, underlining that fatal injuries, starvation, and disease will linger even after a ceasefire. Tonight, we are being asked, why a local resolution? What is our responsibility as American citizens, and for me as a Jew, to both Israelis and Palestinians? What is the cost if we are silent? In addition to the projected deaths quoted above, the cost of silence is an assumed complicity with an Israeli government that is committing atrocities on a civilian population. And I believe Netanyahu's actions will fuel the flames of anti-Semitism. The history of hate rained down on my ancestors cannot be denied. However, I fear that my fellow Jews who think that any criticism of the current Israeli government or of our own leaders for funding rampant death and destruction in Gaza will somehow make us more unsafe. These ideas, I feel, are delusional. The citizens of Israel and Gaza have been traumatized.
That's time, sorry.
Okay.
You can finish your sentence.
Thank you. But brutal slaughter and the refusal to recognize a people's right to self-governance are not just and are antithetical to the Jewish values that were taught to me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Andrea.
Hi,
Andrea,
everybody.
your name and city or town, please.
My name is Andrea Fox. I live in Northampton, and I'd like you to know that these resolutions do not speak for me and are not messages I want sent to our electeds on the higher levels. Depending on the news source, our age, upbringing, personal relationship with our faith and traditions, generational trauma, and many other factors, the resolutions cannot profess, nor should they speak for all Northampton Jews or non-Jews. In a news source received today from Israel's National Red Cross Society, known as Magen David Adom, they reported warning sirens blaring across the region as Hezbollah fired 35 rockets into Israel's populated area in the north, likely targeting air traffic control base on top of Mount Meron. Yesterday, Hezbollah fired some 60 rockets into the Golan Heights after downing an Israeli survey military drone. These attacks are ongoing, yet go underreported in US news. My hearts and prayers are with the 134 hostages who have been brutalized, burned, violated, raped, and held in captivity away from their families for 143 days. My hearts are with their families, community in Israel, families locally and worldwide, for they are also my community. My hearts and prayers are with the Palestinians and residents of Gaza and their families and loved ones who have suffered, been traumatized, and have been killed. Hamas is a terrorist organization with its primary goal to exterminate Jews worldwide and without respect for the sanctity of human life. An imposed or negotiated ceasefire would allow Hamas to grow and prevent the state of Israel from protecting itself, north to south, east to west. This is exactly what Hamas would like. Do not do their work for them. Like you, I feel compelled to act when I witness and believe there are injustices being committed. I respectfully ask you postpone this vote on the resolutions and work with the Jewish Federation of Western Mass to address the languages of concern. As they stand currently, your resolutions do not speak for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Molly Parr.
My name is Molly Parr. I live in Florence in Ward 7. I'm opposed to the City Council adopting any ceasefire resolutions regarding the current conflict between Israel and Hamas. I currently serve as Vice President of the Board of the Jewish Federation of Western Massachusetts. I have family living in Israel. I can say definitively that the letter supporting these resolutions does not represent the full spectrum of opinion on this issue among Jews in the Valley or even in Northampton. This is a divisive resolution that has pitted Jews against each other and made everyone feel less safe. At the Jewish Federation, we have been focused on security at our local synagogues, places of worship that have long had to hire police details or private security during the high holiday celebrations. This is the sad reality of Jewish institutions in the United States of America, even in Northampton before October 7th. Since October 7th, as has been reported in the Boston Globe, Beit Ahava, the Reform Synagogue in Florence, has received multiple bomb threats. These factually inaccurate resolutions risk inflaming hate against our local Jewish institutions. I grew up in the Lower Valley and came back here for family reasons in 2016. We chose to settle further up the valley in Northampton, in large part because we felt its progressive politics matched our own. Northampton is one of the safest places in America to raise a child who identifies as queer, as one of our daughters does. We also felt it was a safe community from anti-Jewish hate, which at the time largely emanated from the right. Since October 7th, we have seen that anti-Semitism and hate are not confined to one side of the political spectrum, but now the city feels less welcoming and hostile to my family. My friend had to call the police to remove a sign that read "Exterminate the Jews," which was hung off the train bridge by Market Street. He was physically assaulted as he hung posters of the Israeli hostages near Smith College. I have begun to wonder if the city is as welcoming as we once believed it to be.
Okay, that's time. You can finish your sentence. Thank you.
In closing, I fear that resolutions such as these only stoke hate against our Jewish community without accomplishing any practical policy goal. I urge the City Council to vote against these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Arlene Kirsch.
Hi, thank you, Council
Welcome.
President Jarrett. My name is Arlene Kirsch. I'm on Barrett Street in Northampton. Here is a context for my statement. I'm the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, and my grandparents were murdered in the Holocaust. I support the City Councilor's newest resolution for ceasefire by Councilors Jarrett, Moulton, Maori, and Pastridge Clamer. I think there is a leadership role to play for mayors and city councilors. I would say that Boston City Councilor Ben Weber was quoted in Politico as saying, "We were elected to deal with Boston-specific issues and make sure potholes are getting filled and people have access to affordable housing, and this doesn't address that. Still, the pain and suffering and the tragedy we've seen in Gaza, as well as the pain and suffering of people here in Boston having to watch it, is so great, we just can't ignore it." And that's how I feel about what you're doing in Northampton. Indeed, there is a local pain and suffering on many sides over this issue and over the death and destruction in Gaza. And I acknowledge there are Jews in town who believe that a call for ceasefire in Gaza is anti-Israel. But to me, it is a myth to say that if you call for a ceasefire, you are anti-Israel. It would be like saying, if you're against our own government policies, then you're anti-American, and that's not true at all. In fact, Netanyahu wants to stay in office to keep himself out of prison for corruption and is waging genocide to do that. Mr. Michael Fakhri, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, recently said, "Denial of food is a war crime and it constitutes a situation of genocide," quote unquote. And to me, genocide is genocide and never again means anywhere. So please do add our city's voice to the call for a ceasefire and pass the newly revised resolution for a ceasefire by the 4 council members. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Nora Gorenstein.
Thank you. Nora Gorenstein, resident of Longmeadow, Massachusetts, and CEO of the Jewish Federation of Western Massachusetts, serving Hampshire, Hampden, and Franklin counties, and supporting more than 18 local synagogues and Jewish nonprofits and an estimated 75,000 Jewish people in Western Massachusetts. It's been 144 days since the October 7th attack, and many of us feel abandoned by our larger community as we experience unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism in our community. Recently, our Reform Synagogue in Florence, Beit Hava, as Molly mentioned, received multiple bomb threats. A Northampton resident had to call the police to remove a sign calling for the extermination of Jews, which was hung off the train bridge by Market Street. Our schools and synagogues require police details or private security to ensure the safety of students, teachers, and congregants. Our Jewish federations across the country have found that ceasefire resolutions serve only to further exacerbate the divisions within communities, particularly resolutions that place blame and burden on Israel and use inflammatory rhetoric designed to demonize Israel as it fights a war it did not choose against Hamas, a terrorist organization perpetuating atrocities against Israel and against Palestinians. Asking Israel for an immediate ceasefire echoes and advances Hamas's interests and ensures further terrorism in the future without offering any hope to the people of Gaza. Furthermore, Israel continues to take extraordinary steps to reduce casualties among non-combatants and is working with its international partners to bring more humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza in ways that minimize the ability of Hamas to steal supplies as it regularly does. The current conflict is layered with historical, political, and religious complexities, which is why I ask you today to oppose these ceasefire resolutions, which, if passed, will do nothing more than further divide our communities. Rather than vote for these resolutions, we ask that you either vote against them or postpone the vote and work with our community to address the concerns with the current language. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Andrea Olkin.
Thank you so much, Council President Barrett. I'm standing here with my daughter, Eliana Olkin, as well. My name is Andrea Olkin. I am a graduate of University of Massachusetts, a teacher at Lander Grinsman Academy, and a mother of 3. When the former president said, "Proud Boys, stand back and stand by" in the 2020 presidential election, it was a dog whistle to white extremism that he would support them. When people hang signs that say "from the river to the sea," they are maybe leaving out "Palestine will be free of Jews." This is a similar dog whistle, which is calling for the genocidal murder of Jews, both in Israel and elsewhere. They are calling for the extermination of Jews from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. The attack of October 7th was perpetuated by a terrorist organization who is subsequently holding the people of Gaza hostage and refusing to release 134 elderly people, babies, parents, children who did not attack, but rather just were existing. I'm going to let my daughter continue.
Hi, I'm Eliana Olkin. I'm a 16-year-old Western Massachusetts public school student. And additionally, I am a certified emergency medical responder, and I've worked on ambulances in Israel, helping to provide aid to and save the lives of Jewish, Arab, Christian, Israelis, as well as a Gazan man visiting Israel. We save lives with love, regardless of the background or any other denominational factors. Hamas is the opposite. It has been heartbreaking for me to see the names of people who I've helped during my ambulance shifts on the list of those who have been murdered by Hamas. To have saved a person's life only to have their life viciously taken away is horrible beyond words. I remember a wonderful 19-year-old Israeli woman whom I helped while in an ambulance shift, who was murdered by Hamas on the October 7th attack. She was 19 and left her entire family and many loved ones heartbroken. It is hurtful that our council and public representatives would propose, support, or vote in favor of such ill-informed policy, which is sure to increase anti-Semitism and hate on our already shaken community. As a Jewish teen in Western Massachusetts public schools, I've been subject to atrocious acts of anti-Semitism and hate perpetrated because of my ethnicity and religion. Supporting this resolution supports the hate perpetrated against me and all other Jewish people around the world.
Thank you. That's time. You can finish your sentence.
Let us not forget the hostages held by Hamas. When we say never again, we speak of the innocent people, children, elderly, and critically ill included. They were murdered, raped, and families have been left brokenhearted because of the attacks and are continuing because of Hamas's anti-Semitism and intent to wipe out the entire Jewish people. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I missed it, but your city or town?
We're Springfield, Massachusetts, former Amherst Massachusetts residents.
Thank you. Next is Bobby Nymark.
Great. Thank you, Councilor Jarrett, President Jared. So, dear all and our leaders at the Northampton City Council, I'm Bobby Nymark, the proud donor impact officer for the Jewish Federation of Western Massachusetts. Our work covers the communities in Western Massachusetts and Hampden, Hampshire, and Franklin counties, as well as our Jewish communities throughout the world, including Israel. I am a proud resident of Springfield, Massachusetts. Tonight, I want to address the critical issue of ceasefire resolutions and their implications. In Northampton city government and for many other governments locally, the push for a ceasefire resolution raises concerns that need careful consideration. On the question of whether a ceasefire is good for Israel and for any future Palestinian state, historical evidence suggests challenges with the effectiveness of ceasefires, especially with Hamas, a known terrorist organization. Recent polls indicate that a majority of Americans believe any ceasefire should only occur after Hamas has disarmed entirely and all the hostages are released. First of all, this is a foreign policy matter and not within the purview of Northampton City Council issues or importance. Passing a resolution like this only risks creating unnecessary division within our Jewish community and our general communities. Ceasefires historically have been violated by Hamas, leading to continued attacks, and they have said over and over again that October 7th will happen again as long as that they are around. Calls for a ceasefire might inadvertently strengthen Hamas, prolonging this conflict and the many innocent lives that have been taken. There are still 134 hostages, including Americans, that endure cruel conditions under Hamas's terror. Evidence of torture and inhumane treatment raises urgent concerns about what is currently going on there right now. Israel has, been claimed that they, are restricting aid by reopening of the Kerem Shalom crossing and the Rafah without any restrictions. Actually, the state of Israel has actively facilitated aid to make sure that the people of Gaza are being taken care of, as well as
I mean,
trying
that's
to...
time, but why don't you finish your sentence, though? That was time, but please finish your sentence.
Sure. In conclusion, our city government, Northampton and many other municipalities for the area should carefully weigh the complexities of this international issue before making any decisions that may have unintended consequences. And please vote no on these ceasefire resolutions or postpone them for more inclusive language and without anti-Semitic rhetoric. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Hector Figueroa.
Hello. Thank you for speaking about this issue, having this issue on the agenda. It's really unfortunate that the meeting is taking place online. I think it makes for better democracy when we can be in the same room discussing these things. I am deeply concerned that it's so difficult for communities to come together and understand that there's a genocide taking place, and that we're simply asking our city council, as members of our city council, to approve a resolution that simply is just calling for a ceasefire. Just a ceasefire. That's it. Just stop the shooting, stop the killing. And as we know, Israel has been tried in International Court of Justice for committing genocide. And it's obvious that they're committing genocide. It's clearly taking place. And it's not just, this has been ongoing for 75 years. But this is in hyperdrive in Gaza. It is clear genocide. You're targeting civilians. You're starving them. The infrastructure has collapsed. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Hector Figueroa. I live in Leeds. I hope that the City Council today approves the resolution offered by Councillor Dobbs. I think it's an easy ask. It's just a ceasefire. It's just a ceasefire, just to stop the killing. That's it. So I hope that you reflect in your humanity and do the right thing. As a first responder, I cannot even imagine. I mean, I see it. I see the pictures and the videos. Just the utter madness of death and destruction, genocide, and the whole system has collapsed in Gaza. There is no infrastructure. It's clear genocide. Please, I beg you, do the right thing and stand the right side of history. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Mr. Andrews. Your name and city or town, please.
Hi, my name is Christine Andrews.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. I live in Florence, Massachusetts. I spoke at the meeting 2 weeks ago in support of a ceasefire. I'm here to give my support for the ceasefire resolutions again today. I also welcome the resolutions against hate in our community, against anti-Semitism, against Islamophobia, and against anti-Arab sentiment. And I think those are important resolutions that have a real impact on issues in our community. However, today I also want to talk about the importance of the ceasefire resolution. 2 weeks ago, I spoke about I shared the personal impact of what's happening in Palestine on our family. My daughter-in-law is Palestinian, and I shared 2 weeks ago that 62 people in her family have been killed in Gaza. Since we have last met at a city council meeting to discuss this issue, in the past 2 weeks, 8 additional family members have been killed in my daughter-in-law's family. This is an issue of great urgency. She has one family member who they're still in contact with, and he is starving. He has no access to food. And she has other people in her community in Gaza as well who do not have access to food. So I'm here to share the personal perspective that there are individuals behind these numbers. They're from a prominent family of doctors and scientists, but after 4 months of war, they're out of money, they're out of resources, and their survival is at stake. She is facing losing her entire family line of her extended family in Gaza. Thankfully, thank God, her immediate family in the West Bank is safe her. I also want to conclude.
Yeah, no, finish your thought.
Thank you. I want to conclude by saying why I think this resolution is important. It's important that in the absence of leadership for our federally elected officials who are only proposing a military solution, I think it's crucial that our local elected officials do whatever they can to have diplomacy, a diplomatic solution that will result in a ceasefire, the return of hostages on both sides, and to have to stop the killing shortly. Gaza is destroyed.
Sorry, I have to ask you to finish.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Amy Major.
Thank you, counselors, for your time, and thank you for putting this on Zoom for everybody's safety. Today is the anniversary of my son's best friend in the world, and a child who was like a member of our family being murdered by a terrorist in Israel on his way to another friend's wedding. May the memory of Ilan Ganelis forever be a blessing. As a Jew who is not represented by those calling for a ceasefire, I ask you to oppose any and all ceasefire resolutions. My great uncle barely got out of Berlin in 1939 and went on to become the chair of the Anti-Defamation League and supported the founding of Israel. His name was Benjamin R. Epstein. There's a bust of him at the UN currently. As the city council does not have a role in foreign policy, and none of us in this room have the education, degrees, understanding, or lived political experience and lived experience in Israel to make these decisions, I feel that it's inappropriate and great hubris of us to attempt to do so. I ask that the city council choose to oppose all ceasefire resolutions and rework the resolution on hate, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia. I did send one to the city council that was passed in Vallejo in that vein. We bought Evie Glickman's house. Her grandson is currently in the tunnels in the IDF and has lost 2 of its members. If you could put the flag down just for a moment, I'd be grateful. I will not interrupt you. None of us are putting our lives on the line in Israel or in Gaza. Bombs are being dropped every day into Israel, every day, all day, and have been for many years. We just don't hear about it because it's an everyday occurrence. Please know and understand that there are many Jewish people who are in opposition to this resolution, who support Israel's right to exist and to protect its people. There are 134 people still missing, including babies who've been in captivity longer than they were out of captivity.
Amy,
If I
that's
were in
kind of it. You can finish your sentence. Thank you.
I thank you for your time, and we have experienced anti-Semitism, and I encourage the city council to please postpone a vote because there is much nuance and so much contention, and we all want a unified Northampton. And in order for that to happen, we have to reach a much closer place of consensus that we have now to make a vote that's not going to cause upset and more dissension. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ronnie Gold.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. Your name and city or town, please.
Good evening. My name is Ronnie Gold, and I live in Northampton, Massachusetts. I come before you today to share that as a Jew and Israeli in Northampton, I strongly request that rather than passing either ceasefire resolution tonight, to please move these resolutions either to a subcommittee or a vote to have the authors to take the necessary time to revise and resubmit them for public view. Since as they are currently written, these resolutions will increase the fear of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia many of our community already have been feeling. You've all heard significant feedback about these ceasefire resolutions as they're currently written, including how both resolutions include false and misleading facts and statements that fan the flames of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. Tonight, you might consider seeing if you can create one ceasefire resolution to vote on that reflects all this feedback you've just received. But please do not take this unnecessary rush step, and instead take the justified time to give this resolution its due diligence. I'm amongst the many people who have come to you to share that I, as a Jew and Israeli, have felt increasingly unsafe and unsupported here in Northampton since October 7th. It has taken nearly 4 months for our city to arrive at tonight's other resolution about anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, in large part because the council took the important step of requesting to have listening sessions with our Jewish community to better understand what the city can do and what our city can say so that we feel supported and safe. I ask you to at least take this fair degree of due diligence on these ceasefire resolutions. Hopefully it won't take 4 months again to figure out how Northampton can show its support for a call for peace in the Middle East, which is essentially what this resolution intends. But I beg of you, do not try to revise and edit and vote on these ceasefire resolutions tonight without resubmitting them to the public to learn how any updated suggested resolutions will impact our sense of safety and belonging here in Northampton. Lastly, in regards to the third resolution in support of Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members, I hadn't shared this feedback, but I do respectfully request that in the title, you add the names Israeli and Palestinian as well to identify those members of our community, as some are not included in the titles that are currently there. So please consider adding Israeli and Palestinian to those titles, to the title of that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you. Next is Jonathan. If you could state your name and city or town. I'll ask you to unmute again. There we go.
Okay. My name is Jonathan Liebman. I'm a resident of Ward 4 in Northampton. I am pleased to again have the opportunity to address the council in support of a resolution in favor of an immediate ceasefire in the war in Gaza. The council has heard from individuals and organizations pressing it to not consider a resolution, claiming that speaking out about U.S. foreign policy is inappropriate and counterproductive. Indeed, the Jewish Federation of Western Massachusetts states on its website that a ceasefire is, quote, not a good option for Israel and Palestinians. It would only serve to prolong the suffering of Palestinians. They label their opposition to a ceasefire as part of their efforts to combat anti-Semitism. As a human being and a Jew, I find such remarks to be disingenuous and deeply offensive, and I urge the council to reject them. The suffering of the people in Gaza has been protracted and extreme. The continued slaughter and destruction is an affront to all people, foments anti-Semitism here and around the world. The war in Gaza has been striking not only in the scale of destruction, but in the repeated commission of war crimes. Hospitals and healthcare workers have been repeatedly and intentionally targeted and destroyed. Critical civilian infrastructures have been destroyed, cutting off power, water, sanitation services, and food, Nearly the entire population of Gaza has been displaced from their homes. Large areas have been bulldozed so that they may never return home. Starvation and disease are being used as instruments of war, and the civilian death toll is skyrocketing. Although the war is being waged by the Israeli military, it is doing so with US support and billions of dollars of our taxes. We are intimately engaged in this conflict, and we have a legitimate right and a moral imperative to demand an end to it. As residents of Northampton, we are compelled to use the political process to pressure our government to change course. These resolutions are a concrete step that the council can take to represent our city in the struggle to end this war. We are not acting as partisans for Israel or Hamas. We are acting as Americans who demand an end to this grotesque slaughter, demand that our dollars be spent on immediate humanitarian aid to prevent more deaths. We demand a peace process that will lead to lives of freedom, dignity, and security for all people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Selena Della Croce.
Hi, so thank you all for, oh, my background went away. Thank you all for being here. I do want to echo the concern about having the meeting online. I also want to express a concern about limiting public comment. I think if we're going to say that this is an issue that we want to hear everybody's feedback on, limiting the time in which residents have to express that is concerning. I'm also concerned, many of the comments that have been made today are not factually accurate. And I would suggest that it might be beneficial to have a fact checker as part of the city council meetings. For instance, it's actually 60% of, you can look this up online, just Google it, 60% of US residents, including Republicans, report a ceasefire. And so I think throwing out facts, well, not facts, like fabricated statistics just to support what one wants to happen is not conducive to like a genuine debate. I'm Jewish. I think that anti-Semitism is very real, and I'm concerned that the way that it's been used as a blanket for many things is damaging to me as a Jewish person and to my safety as a Jewish person. When you say that you can't criticize a genocide because criticizing a genocide is anti-Semitic, people start to be pretty angry about that, and that comes across in actually anti-Semitism. So I think we need to be very precise about what the issues are. And I think we're seeing that not only locally and in many of the comments in this meeting, but also Israel's national security minister called the ICJ an anti-Semitic court, even though it wasn't based in actual reality, because the ICJ did not exist in the time frame that he was accusing them of taking certain actions. So I think that to postpone a vote on something so urgent is to accept, there's been this first resolution was proposed in December. These people started to go to city council on December 21st, and to keep putting off something that is such a life and death matter is just it's going to put Northampton on the wrong side of history and allow more people to continue to die. And I think something that hasn't been recognized during these comments is the scale of what's going on. I'm a Jew, and my family is here because of anti-Semitism, because before the Holocaust, sure, and during the Holocaust. But I think it's important to recognize that almost 30,000 people have been murdered, and whoever's not dying from bombs at this point is dying from starvation, from disease. And I really, really hope that the city council hears the majority of its residents. Many of the people speaking against the council have not been residents of Northampton, but I think that it's very clear that—
I do have to ask you to finish
Okay,
up.
thank you. That the majority of people in Northampton support this resolution. I hope that you'll hear us and find democratic ways of allowing these discussions to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Frederick Zimnock. Are you able to unmute? Yes.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, your name and city or
Thank
town,
you for
please.
recognizing me. My name is Fred Zimnock. I live in Ward 3B. I'd like to say a few words about the appointment of our new city auditor. Taxpayers have different opinions about various city policies, but we all agree that maintaining fiscal responsibility and accountability is always necessary. Fulfilling this responsibility is the task of the city auditor. The successful completion of the responsibilities of this office are crucial to maintaining the city's effort for fiscal responsibility. A comparison of the requirements of this position as stated by the city and those of the candidate produced by my city councilor shows that the candidate does not meet the necessary recommendations. So I ask members of the city council to vote no on the appointment of Carla Fisher as city auditor. I also request that Mayor Sierra find a qualified candidate by reposting the job opening with an appropriate pay scale of between $130,000 and $160,000. This position should remain open to new candidates. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Frederick.
Thank you.
Next is Meklaka Samdani.
Assalamu alaikum, shalom aleichem, and good evening, everyone. Thank you all so much for having me. I live in Longmeadow, Massachusetts, and I would just like to applaud all the councillors who've put in so much effort and so much thought into the 3 resolutions that we have before us today. I'm in support of all of them. Some of the comments here tonight were about postponing the resolution, especially the ceasefire resolution, and I feel that we have already delayed this process considerably, given that more than 30,000 Palestinians have already been killed, more than 70,000 have been injured, and Gaza's 2 million of 2.3 million people in Gaza have already been displaced. More than 1,100 children have had surgeries and amputations without anesthesia. So I think we need to rush this proposal forward rather than delay it further. As far as anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are concerned, I'm a Muslim, but my heart goes out to all of my Jewish siblings who've had to endure anti-Semitism and acts of hate against them. I have 2 kids in Longmeadow High School. When I drop them off in the morning, there's a student who walks in with a hijab and there's another student who walks in with a kippah. And I know that as long as this conflict escalates, as long as it continues, both of those kids are vulnerable to greater acts of hate against them. So, which is why this needs to end now, not just for the Palestinians and not just for the Israeli hostages who are currently under captivity and all of the Palestinian hostages who've been detained for decades without charge or trial. It needs to end for our kids here in the US as well. And so for the sake of all of our children, I'm very much in favor of all of these resolutions. Also, as an American taxpayer, I feel I'm mortified that our taxpayers are going to contribute to this, to the war crimes. I think we don't need the ICJ to tell us that it is quite plausible that the Israeli government is committing acts of genocide. I know it still has to be resolved and it's a long process at the ICJ, but when they voted on the provisional measures, they said it's quite possible that this is happening. So for us to be contributing to those war crimes is absolutely unconscionable. I know there are many members of my community, the Muslim community,
To wrap up, Meklaka.
sure, of course, are depressed because of their helplessness in not being able to do anything about the continuing carnage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Kowalczyk.
Hello, my name is Michael Kowalczyk. I'm a resident of Northampton. So many of my fellow residents have eloquently spoken on the urgency of passing a ceasefire resolution in response to Israel's assault on Gaza since October 7th. I would like to add a bit more historical context because many opponents of a ceasefire resolution seem to think that this all started on October 7th. The State of Israel was founded in 1948 thanks to the expulsion of over 700,000 Palestinians from their homes, as well as the murder of tens of thousands of civilians. While the State of Israel was founded on the fallacy of a land without a people for a people without a land, the attempted erasure of Palestinian identity became an even starker political reality when Israel militarily occupied the remaining de facto independent Palestinian areas of the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem in 1967. I'm not listing facts for the sake of listing facts, but to contextualize Palestinian resistance and to identify the root cause of the latest outburst of violence. Additionally, this is a US and Israeli war, a local as well as a national and international issue. According to the Council on Foreign Relations, when adjusted for inflation, Israel has received approximately $300 billion since its founding in 1948 in the form of military aid. In addition to the approximately $3 billion that goes to Israel in the form of military aid every year, the federal government is now proposing over $10 billion in additional unrestricted military aid to continue the slaughter of civilians in Gaza. The US government and Joe Biden in particular are responsible for the genocide taking place in Gaza. I would like to reiterate my support for Councillor Dubb's ceasefire resolution, as well as an end to anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Arab racism, and all forms of racism. And finally, equal rights for Jewish and Arab peoples from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Josh Levy.
Hi, thank you. I know that many people that are advocating for a ceasefire resolution. Oh, sorry, Josh Levy, Florence. Many people advocating for a ceasefire resolution are well-intentioned, but good intentions behind flawed resolutions will divide our community. They will not bring us together. Resolutions that misuse and weaponize the term genocide, that do not call for a bilateral ceasefire, that equate Israeli hostages held by Hamas with Palestinian prisoners held by Israel, and that fail to name Hamas as a terrorist organization bent on the destruction of Jews around the world, are fundamentally flawed, and they will contribute to the ongoing trauma faced by the Jewish community here in Northampton and around the world since October 7th. It's honestly surprising to me that so many members of our community are using such aggressive language in full knowledge of its impact on many of their Jewish neighbors. The war in Gaza is a geopolitical concern, and while it might feel constructive for Northampton residents to call for a ceasefire, it will have no impact on the war. It will, however, negatively affect the unity and well-being of our community, making significant numbers of us, including me and my family, feel less safe. For this reason, I strongly urge all of you on the City Council to not pass any resolution on this matter, and if you feel like you must, to postpone a vote until more voices, and not just the loudest voices who are repeating facts that we have all heard many, many, many times, have been heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is David. David, if you could state your name and city or town.
Yeah, hi, my name is David Marlin. I'm a resident of Northampton in Ward 2, and I'm here to basically state my opposition to the ceasefire resolution. I find it, you know, there's so much emotion around this. You know, I grew up in a town not far from here, where I couldn't walk outside my house without people beating me up because I was Jewish. I experienced physical abuse, like I'm sure some others of you have for various reasons growing up as a kid. And I hear, you know, I don't want to be accusatory, but I hear things like these words genocide, like Josh was just saying, that and I hear the way Israel is used as a metaphor for Jews, and to me, it's filled with a subtle and nuanced hate, and for our city council to support that subtle and nuanced hate and to create this division, I'm just strongly opposed to it. I think we have much bigger issues at the local level that I personally appreciate you focusing on, like the issues with our schools and you know, homeless, and there's just clean energy. It just is disappointing to me, and you know, one woman who is supportive of the ceasefire mentioned all the misinformation. As I listen to people state their facts about what's going on now, it boggles my mind, not necessarily the lack of information, but the lack of context that people have as to what's going on. I mean, there's no point in trying to convince people to change their mind, because I know that's a virtually impossible thing to do. But I do know that this resolution to support a ceasefire is not something I think the council should be taking up. And I think I do feel like it represents and instills hatred in a subtle and nuanced way that I think a lot of people don't even appreciate. And so I just ask that the city council, without substantial, as Ronnie Gold mentioned, I agree with what he said, substantial rework. If that can't be done, then to just abandon the whole thing, because to me it's full of hate. And I'm getting very emotional about this, but
It's time, David, if you could just finish your sentence.
that's all I have to say. Please don't pass this resolution for a ceasefire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Avery J. You could state your name and city or town.
Hello, my name is Avery J. I live on Roundhill Road here in Northampton. I support the Dubs resolution and ask you all to pass it. And anti-Semitism is a real and serious issue, and I think for those of us, particularly of Jewish descent, the best thing we can do is to support peace, so that anti-Semitism is never justified. Some have asked why it is our responsibility in Northampton to be supporting a ceasefire, and the very simple reason is that we are complicit. One of the major weapons manufacturers that is making weapons that are being used in atrocities in Gaza is L3 Harris, and they are here in our community. So in addition to these ceasefire resolution, I call on the city council to investigate the use of L3 Harris's weapons in atrocities, not only in Gaza, but in other places in the world. And also, I do want to say that I understand it is one of our major private employers, and people need jobs, and we need to support them too. So I would suggest also having a commission to study a transition to a peace economy, maybe under the Inflation Reduction Act, green energy or something, so that we, instead of being complicit in atrocities and war crimes, we are helping build a peaceful world, and that is the best thing we can do for all of our brothers and sisters in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Claudia Lefko.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Claudia Lefko, 40 Valley Street. I'm here to support the Dubs resolution. And I just want to say a few things, which I also said at the meeting a few weeks ago. One thing is that the city in 2019 passed a resolution around anti-Semitism, calling on people to be conscious of what their attitudes are and what their language use is with each other, to be kind to one another. So the city has committed itself in 2019 to work towards better whatever policy, work towards being more considerate of one another. The other thing is that the city of Northampton, and I also mentioned this the last time, is a signatory to what's called Mayors for Peace. It was a proclamation signed a number of years ago. It's an international organization of mayors across the world. It's in some hundreds of countries, 166 countries, and some thousands of towns. So the conversation of whether we should do something, whether we should speak out, that was already decided. If you go to the Mayors for Peace website and you type in Northampton, Massachusetts, you'll see us listed there. So we have some obligation. Otherwise, what we're doing tonight, what we did whenever that was declared by the mayor, is simply rhetoric. And that's what the government is giving us. It's giving us rhetoric, saying they care about Palestinians, they care about the hostages. Meanwhile, more and more people are dying every day. So I feel like we have a responsibility, not just to sign the resolution, but as a city that's signed on to Mayors for Peace, our mayor has an obligation, when this is all said and done, to perhaps be more proactive towards building a culture of peace, to do whatever she can to reach out to other mayors and encourage them to sign on to not just the Mayors for Peace, but to a ceasefire. A ceasefire helps everyone. A ceasefire is a call to end hostilities. It's to put the gun down, to stop shooting one another.
Okay, Claudia, that's time.
We can't have anything until we stop killing each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
you. Next is David Seidenberg.
Hi, and thank you. Bottom line, if there could be more time to process and think about this resolution, it might be good. On the other hand, what I'm hearing from a lot of people sounds like they haven't really read the resolutions when they're responding to them. I don't see any hate in the resolution from Stan Moulton and the other three, Rachel Mayor. I'm not going to go through the names because I don't remember them all. I do see some lacuna where the language needs to be better in order to be clarifying about what's the intent. Councilman Dubb's resolution has some incoherence in it that really makes it inappropriate. It basically equates hostages with all prisoners, some of whom have committed serious crimes. And it also makes the claim that political Palestinian prisoners are in danger every day more and more. That's just not true. It's just normal jail. They're in danger in the way people are in jail, but the hostages are in immediate danger of dying. And so that doesn't make any sense. I do think there are two things that need to be part of the resolution that are not part of this resolution now. The one that I think is fine. One, there should be explicit acknowledgement that Israel's bombardment of Gaza is in response to an attack on its people. Otherwise, it's decontextualized and doesn't and therefore has a tone that encourages a kind of anti-Israel way of thinking. The second thing is that there needs to be a clear distinction made between hostages who have committed no crime in any sense and the idea of releasing Palestinian prisoners. Administrative detention is used widely by Israel. It should be illegal. It's right to call for the detainees to be released. But to equate all people who are detained with hostages doesn't make sense, especially when some of the people detained are the people, or some of the people that are being held right now are people who actually participated in the massacres, rapes, and murders of October 7th. And I don't think that anything we should say should imply that those people should be released, even though Israel and Hamas can come to whatever agreement they want to. And if they agree to that, that's their business. But it's not our business to say that, and that equation should not be made. Do I have any more time left, Rachel?
You could finish your sentence.
Whatever we do should be promoting from the river to the sea, peace for everyone and justice for everyone. So anything that doesn't do that is a problem. And the more clearly it can do that, the more clearly it can bring in more members of the different communities that at this point are at odds. And I'm just going to hold up a picture of a protest in Israel, which talks about hostage release. The core of protests against the war in Israel is about the hostages and getting them released. And so
I do have to ask you to
side as
finish.
them.
Thank
Okay,
you, David.
thank you.
Thank you.
We go to town.
Next is Yotam Tubal.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Yotam Tubal. I'm a resident of Florence. I am Jewish. I am also Israeli American. I was born in Israel and I still have family there. And I'm urging the council to pass Jeremy Dubbs' ceasefire resolution. That is because I believe nothing can justify the sheer scale of the violence Israel is inflicting in Gaza. That violence is against the Jewish tradition, and it won't even succeed at the Israeli government's goals. You can't bomb Hamas out of existence, and you can't bomb your way to bringing back hostages. The least that we here can try to do is to stop the Israeli state from stamping out the Palestinian people with our tax dollars. There's been a lot of talk on this call about how the resolution is divisive or how it might harm the Jewish community. But I believe there's nothing more harmful to a community than being complicit in trying to wipe out another people. And as one of the few Israeli-born people to speak on this call, I believe it's not Hamas and it's not this resolution, but the violence of the Israeli state that poses the greatest threat to the worldwide Jewish community. And for all the focus on ourselves as Jews, I have to ask, what about our Palestinian community? And what about our Muslim and Arab neighbors who are seeing their family members wiped out, besieged, and left for dead by the American government? They're not facing annihilation hypothetically, but right now. So we have to center them and we have to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sunny Windorski.
Hi, my name is Sunny Windorski, and I'm a resident of Ward 3 in Northampton. I'm calling in today to support the resolution for ceasefire. What is happening right now in Gaza is atrocious, and we should do everything in our power to stand out against it. In 30 years, 50 years, our kids and our kids' kids are going to be asking what we did when we were faced with genocide. And I don't want to live in a town that was complicit. I don't want to live amongst neighbors who are complicit. This is a time where we need to all come together and stand up against something that is clearly so wrong and so abhorrent. And I think that if we all contemplate the reality of the facts, if we contemplate 30,000 people dead for no good reason, innocent civilians, women, children, if we all really sit with that for a second, there's no world in which that is the right thing to do. And there's no world in which being silent and sitting on the sidelines is the right thing to do. We need to stand up and we need to advocate for ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, next is Ellen James. Ask you to unmute again.
Here you
Great.
go.
Welcome. If you could
my
state
name-
your name and city or town.
My name is Ellen Mosen James. I live in Northampton, in Ward 4. And I am Jewish. I am from a family that lost close relatives in the Holocaust. My two grandparents and 2 aunts. And that makes me feel more concerned to speak out when I see people being targeted for destruction. I support Jeremy Dubb's resolution for its clarity and conciseness in addressing 3 issues that are happening right now before us and do require a ceasefire. I find the ceasefire resolution from the 4 councilors less clear. And I would say that if you put these 2 together, you would have a very strong resolution addressing it from many different angles. As to the resolution on the resolution on the safety and security of Jews, Muslims, I agree that it should mention Israelis and Palestinians. But I think that asking for a study of that without being clear about First Amendment issues, of the need to protect speech, without being clear, excuse me, about resolutions that have tried to make any objection to the treatment of Palestinians, to make that anti-Semitic, is a very unfortunate thing. So I would not support that resolution unless you could be much clearer about the fact that opposition to Israel, when it is attacking Palestinians, is not a matter of anti-Semitism.
Ellen, we need you to finish your sentence.
I think I just finished it.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Maha Mushabek.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome. If you could, your name and city or town.
Yeah, my name is Maha Mushabek. I live on Straw Avenue in Northampton. I am a Palestinian American and I own a business here in Northampton, and I'm a mother of 2 children. I just want to say thank you for your efforts in putting together these resolutions. I really want to see Northampton focus on getting one of these resolutions passed as quickly as we can. There are Palestinians right now who are physically unsafe in this moment, being killed by bombs, starvation, disease, and dehydration. My children are watching our government play an active part in killing children just like them. I think we need to act quickly to show our representatives where Northampton stands. We're already 143 days too late. Massachusetts gives almost $130 million to Israel annually, and we have a right to say how our taxes are being used. And we don't want them to be used to carry out the mass killing of over 13,000 children. If this number is an acceptable casualty of war, then I think we've gone very wrong somewhere. If Northampton doesn't pass a ceasefire resolution when 13,000 children and a total of more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in the most horrific ways, then Northampton is telling the world that their lives don't matter to us, that Palestinian lives don't matter, that it is acceptable to sacrifice Palestinian lives and their children's lives in numbers that would never be acceptable if they were white American children. That's not what we stand for here. Northampton should stand for humanity, and it should stand for the safety of children everywhere. So I am urging our councilors to please vote yes to a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Maha.
Thank you. Next is Linda Keikos.
Hello?
Hello, please state your name and city or town.
Thank you, Peter Keikos, Ward 4. And I'm here to support the resolution for a ceasefire, and also want to say, to give some context to what people and add to what people have already said about the situation in Israel and in Gaza, that in 2003, a 23-year-old young lady from Olympia, Washington, Rachel Corey, stood in front of a bulldozer operated by the Israeli Defense Force. And they crushed her to death because they were on their way to demolish a part of a village. And you would be surprised to know that the place where she stood and was bulldozed and buried under the sand to her death was in Rafah. I urge the resolution for ceasefire to pass, and thank the councilors, all of them, for the untold hours they have put in and to their good listening. And I look forward to being grateful to live in a city that lifts up people, even going back to 2003 at the least, who have died in trying to free and live in a free land. Free Palestine, ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Michael Beatty.
Hello, I am Michael. I'm a Northampton resident on Crescent Street. I am speaking to support the Doves resolution and to urge you to pass it, particularly as local elected leaders, because of a lack of national leadership about this. I approach this contentious situation from the perspective that the murder of civilians is wrong, no matter who it's done by or for what reason. The only way I can navigate this kind of situation is to remember that all humans are fully human, Palestinian lives and Israeli lives equally precious. And it's been interesting to listen to the testimony of opponents to the ceasefire here. and to take their experience seriously, I do want to suggest that in the long run, no one can create safety for their people by dispossessing others. Israel's actions since October 7th are unconscionable. When civilians are murdered at this scale, it does make sense to talk about genocide, and I feel like we have to step up to end our complicity with it. I do want to acknowledge the reports provided in this meeting by local incidents of anti-Semitism by my Jewish neighbors, and of course to acknowledge the broader scourge of anti-Semitism through history. That's all real and it's all serious and it's worth speaking to. But I do think the actions of the state of Israel toward the Palestinians are, they're not going to bring peace. They're not going to bring safety in the long run. I do also want to push back on one of the narratives offered by the opponents of a ceasefire about the care taken towards Palestinians by Israel. I think that's inaccurate. Depending on where you look in the media, you can get whatever kind of story you want, but I have seen reports of settlers blocking aid to Palestinians. So I just wanted to put that out there. In the long term, I'd like to suggest to those opposing the ceasefire that we will all find safety together if we all find safety in a world beyond war and genocide that is now merely a dream that we have yet to make real. Right now, mass starvation looms in Palestine, hundreds of thousands of people starving, ethnic cleansing and genocide as state policy happening right now with our tax dollars. I am begging you, my elected representatives, to step up and please pass the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Next is Will Cheney.
Hello, everyone. My name is Will Cheney. I'm a resident of Northampton in Ward 3. I am not an expert on, the geopolitical situation that we're talking about. I'm not Palestinian. I'm not Israeli. But I did read the report that was published by the South African government when they filed their case in the International Court of Justice, which found that Israel is committing a genocide. And I have not found any arguments that have been presented on the other side that refute any one of the claims on any 84 of those pages of South Africa's case. And so my question for the city council members, when you are thinking about whether or not to pass this resolution, which of course I strongly urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution, I want you to ask yourself if you've really heard arguments that show or that prove that there is not a genocide. The ICJ is the highest court in the world. At least 15 out of the 17 judges voted that this is a genocide on most of the issues, and in some cases more. The situation since October 7th has been that Israel has taken 2 million hostages. They've turned off the water. They've reduced the food that's let in to calculated caloric intake levels that they describe as starvation plus. The Palestinians have been forced to move and then shot and then bombed and then told that they are going to be in a safe place and then bombed again. There are no arguments that this is not a genocide. Maybe you have gotten the impression in this meeting that these two sides are talking past each other. And I think that's the reality because there's no arguments left. There is a conflation that has been discussed between criticizing the policies of the Israeli government and anti-Semitism. I hope that you will see that there is an extremely large difference between these two, and that criticizing the government of a country does not mean the same thing as hating an entire people. Lastly, I would like to give you city council members 3 reasons, all of which have been stated for voting for the ceasefire, but I would like you to consider.
Time.
Okay, real quick. This is extremely urgent. Northampton is home to the L3 Harris Weapons Company. And yes, this is an international political issue, but a local government making a statement about that will make our voice much more loud than if we were just speaking about local issues. So let's join the cities that are calling for an end to this genocide. And there's no arguments that are left to say that it is not a genocide. I would like to hear them.
Thank you. Next is Camden. Your name and city or town, please.
Yep. My name is Camden Siegel. I'm in Northampton in Ward 4, and I would like to urge the City Council to support the ceasefire resolution and I prefer the more clear message of Councillor Dubb's resolution. I'm a Jew, and Israel is not Judaism and is a country executing a brutal regime of apartheid and genocide. Equating Israel with Jews is anti-Semitic, and Israel makes all Jews less safe with its brazen disregard for human rights in international law. I've seen the stories of my Jewish ancestors during the Holocaust constantly replayed in the suffering of the people of Gaza. Entire bloodlines killed, men rounded up and taken away to unknown locations, thousands of children murdered, thousands of children orphaned. It is the simplest thing to support a ceasefire. We are asking for an end to the killing. We are paying for these atrocities and are doing everything we can to end them. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Jackie Brickle. Jackie, are you able to unmute? I'll ask you again. Try one more time, Jackie. I'm asking you to unmute.
Did. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
welcome. Yes, your name and city or town, please.
Okay. Jacqueline Brickell from Springfield. And I would like to speak against any passing of the resolution for the ceasefire. I don't think this is going to solve anything by the ceasefire. All it will do is give Hamas a chance to rearm and re-attack Israel. That's what they've done in the past. That's what they've said they would do. They are not only trying to attack Israel, but they are trying to attack all Jews. That's in their charter. That's what they want to do. As far as what's happening with the Palestinians, yes, it is horrible. It's terrible. But Hamas set it up. They are really the ones who are complicit in this. They have not helped their people. The Palestinians themselves will be better off and probably can then reconstruct their state and hopefully enjoy prosperity and safety. They have not been able to do that under Hamas, and Israel will not be safe as long as Hamas is there, because they will do the same thing again. And when they talk about war crimes, how come we never mention that Hamas just attacked Israel and attacked all the citizens there on October 7th? They just attacked everybody. They attacked men, women, young people, just anybody they could see. They dragged them out of when they were in hiding and just killed them and mutilated their bodies in some cases. But that's never said, and that's what we have to stop. So I thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have about 8 minutes left in the public comment period, so I hope we can get as many people as possible in that time. Next is Raphael Kelman.
Thank you, City Council, and I just want to use a little bit of my time to just encourage you, as someone asked earlier, to think about extending the time so everyone with their hand currently raised will have time to speak. I don't know if that will actually be too much longer, so I just think it's worth hearing everyone out who came to this meeting. I am here to speak definitely in support of Councillor Dubb's resolution for the ceasefire. I agree with those who have praised its clarity, its moral clarity, as well as concise language in getting to the heart of the matter. I am a Jewish resident of Northampton. I should say I'm Ward 4. I have a child, a Jewish child, and I, we've had a ceasefire now sign out on our window across from the Hungry Ghost ever since the beginning of, when the bombs began to fall on Gaza. And I just don't think that's a complicated, complex, or morally ambiguous message, and it's been troubling to me that my child has had to feel that way based on, you know, some of their peers in the Jewish community come from families, you know, where it is called into question whether a ceasefire is, I don't know, a statement, you know, calling for violence, calling for genocide. No, right? There's moral clarity here. Ceasefire, ending violence is ending violence. I think we need to avoid Orwellian doublespeak, you know, that implies otherwise. Right? Peace is peace. Ceasefire now. Please support this resolution. Thanks for giving me the time to speak. And again, I encourage you to hear out the rest of the folks in this virtual room. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Jay. Jay, your name and city or town, please.
Is Jay Smith, and I live in Florence. I want to thank you as our city council for considering the ceasefire resolutions this evening. And I urge you to rise to the urgency of this time and to pass an immediate ceasefire resolution without haste. I am speaking to you as a Jew living in Northampton, my religious and spiritual home. I live in Northampton, I work in Northampton, and I pray at my minyan daily here in Northampton. I agree with those members of my community who have stated that this is a complex and divisive issue, and that this catastrophic conflict has increased incidents of anti-Semitism here in Northampton and across the country. And as others have shared, I believe that the far-right extremist Israeli government, supported by the United States, does not have my people's best interests at heart and are committing a crime so atrocious that words cannot even begin to convey the heartbreak so many of us are feeling. Crimes being committed in my name and justified by my supposed protection. I believe that it is due to the actions of the Israeli government and the complicity of our own government that incidents of anti-Semitism have increased, not because of the actions of those of us who are advocating for peace. The genocide has not protected me, nor any members of my community, and they have only increased violence against Jews and Muslims in the United States, Israelis, including those held hostage, and Palestinians on a catastrophic scale. As American citizens, our government is bankrolling death, and we have a duty to our country to speak up when we are witnessing such injustice, which is why it is imperative that we as a city take action as soon as possible. I am nervous speaking today in front of all of you, but I pushed myself to do so because my Jewish values compel me to speak from a place of deep love. I believe seriously in B'Tselem Elohim, that every person is created in the image of God and every single person is holy. In my tradition, it is said that when a life is taken, an entire world is destroyed. And so I ask the city council to ask themselves, how many more worlds must we destroy before we take action? Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Next is Estelle Lakritz.
Estelle Lakritz. I'm from Enfield, Connecticut, former resident of Long Meadow, Mass. I thank you for providing this Zoom so that we all have the opportunity, or most of us have the opportunity to speak. However, I am dead resolute against this resolution. I feel that any petition should be to tell Hamas and supporting governments, supporting countries to cease and desist in supporting any terrorism in Gaza. I am also in favor of sanctions against Hamas and those governments that support Hamas and give monetary support and provide housing for the leaders of Hamas. I'm a little bit nervous. I think that any ceasefire will empower the terrorists to regroup and take control over Gaza again. This has been done over and over and over again. For the past 80 years, Israel has been subjected to acts of terror, and the true genocide took place on October 7th. As a grandchild of grandparents on both sides of my family. They have been, my parents have no extended family members. They were murdered during the Holocaust. This is not a Holocaust. The Nazis had a machinery of destruction which went step by step with the aim of destroying and murdering Jews. That is the same objective of Hamas and Hezbollah. It is in their narrative. It has always been in their narrative. And it is also in the narrative of the PLO, which provides aid and comfort to the terrorists and monetary assistance to the families of the terrorists after they commit terrorist attacks. I also feel that I have friends that were residents of Kibbutz Be'eri who one member has survived, the rest were butchered. There is a difference between the genocidal intent of Hamas, which went into Israeli territory and murdered innocent women and children who have not yet been returned.
If you could just finish your sentence, that would be great.
Okay.
But please finish.
What I'm saying is that
Yeah.
Hamas continues to keep our hostages, Israeli hostages. I have been in Israel during rocket attacks. That's true terrorism, indiscriminate rockets falling down on Israeli citizens for years.
I do have to ask you to finish.
Okay, I am done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Estelle.
The last person is Farah Asi Evanson.
Hi there. My name is Farah Asi Evanson. I live in Northampton. I spoke last meeting about the harassment my son and I experienced in Northampton. Two white older women walked to us and called us terrorists and anti-Semite solely for wearing my Palestinian keffiyeh. As an Arab Muslim woman, I didn't think that I would experience this type of racism in Northampton of all places. Your inaction in passing a ceasefire resolution is only going to embolden racist people to say and do racist things against Arabs, Muslims, and Jews alike. One thing I'd like to remind everyone is Zionism and Judaism isn't the same thing. Zionism is a movement of a Jewish homeland, of calling for a Jewish homeland in Palestine. Judaism is a religion. Conflating the two will only fuel more hate. Saying ceasefire is not wrong, and it shouldn't be controversial, but staying silent is. If we as progressives do not pass a resolution to end a genocide, then who will? This is why I'm in favor of Councillor Dove's resolution. We all know that if the children dying were white, blonde, with blue eyes, we wouldn't have to be begging for a ceasefire resolution. This is not my opinion, but it's a fact that has been proven to be true over and over again in the media and by the behavior of the people. I'd like to tell you the story of Hind, a 6-year-old Palestinian girl. The car she was traveling in was targeted by the Israeli military. Her aunt, uncle, and 6 cousins were killed. She called the police for help. In a recorded conversation, you can hear her begging the woman on the other line to come get her and kept saying that she was afraid. She was scared. 2 ambulance members were sent to find her and rescue her. 12 days later, a search team found them all murdered. This is the reality facing Palestinian children on a daily basis. I want to end this with the words of U.S. Air Force member Aaron Bushnell, who committed an extreme act of protest by setting himself on fire in Washington. Many of us do ask ourselves, what would I do if I was alive during slavery or the Jim Crow South or apartheid? What would I do if my country was committing a genocide? The answer is, you're doing it right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Farah.
Thank you. So that is our public comment period. I want to thank everyone for speaking. Your comments are appreciated. I'm going to call a 10-minute recess, and then we will come back and take up the resolutions.
1.
Welcome back to the Northampton City Council meeting. We next go to resolutions. There are 3 resolutions before us. They are 24.017, a resolution in support of our Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members, 24.016, a resolution to end the war on Gaza, and 24.018, a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. I would propose that we take the first one, 24.017, a resolution in support for Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members, and then take the 2 that are about a ceasefire together. So the way the procedure is, this is our first reading on the resolution. So we can begin discussion. And if I'll note the sponsors have respectfully requested 2 readings on this resolution. If that requires a vote of at least 6 councilors to suspend the rules for us to vote this evening. And then if that passes, then we can vote on the resolution. Let's go ahead and usually the first thing we do with resolutions is ask the sponsors to read the resolution. And would we like to take turns, sponsors? There are 4 sponsors, myself, Councilor Pastridge Clemmer, Councilor Maori, and Councilor Moulton. And I can go first.
Yeah, pull mine up.
Sorry, just have to get things in the right place.
President Jerry, are you going to screen share it? I was just curious.
Yeah, that would be great. But Laura, are you able to screen share it?
I'm having trouble with my.
Yes, let me put that up.
Okay, thank you.
Why can't I get my link?
Other people here.
So this is resolution 24.017, a resolution in support of our Jewish, Muslim, and Arab community members. Whereas Northampton and its city council have a long history of showing up on the side of equality and justice and standing up against hate and bigotry, including a resolution condemning anti-Semitism in our community passed unanimously in January 2022. And then Councilor Pastridge Clemmer, would you like to read the next one?
Sure. Whereas the Massachusetts chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations in November 2023 reported a 300% increase in anti-Muslim incidents during October compared to the same month in 2022, a reflection of the Islamophobic rhetoric and hate incidents occurring across the United States. They include violence, threats of violence, vandalism, retaliation against people speaking in favor of Palestinians in schools and workplaces, and
Councilor Maori.
Yeah, whereas Beit Hava Synagogue in Florence is one of many temples in Massachusetts and the nation that have been victims of hoax bomb threats since the Israel-Hamas war began October 7th. Beit Hava was targeted November 19th and again December 17th, the same weekend that Massachusetts State Police reported that hundreds of similar threats were received by Jewish institutions across the United States.
And Councilor Moulton.
And whereas the Islamic Society of Western Massachusetts in West Springfield has experienced many angry drivers passing by and shouting slogans since October, and now hires a police officer for Friday prayers. Local community members have experienced an increase in verbal threats when out in the community and report a fear of wearing traditional clothing, and anti-Palestinian graffiti has been reported in Florence. And
whereas Congregation B'nai Israel in Northampton and Lander Grinspoon Academy report concerns for security, some express fear of wearing traditional clothing and symbols because of reported physical violence and harassment. And
whereas in November 2023, the Northampton City Council received anti-Semitic hate speech during its public comment period. And
And whereas there is an urgent need to ensure the safety and security of Jewish, Muslim, and Arab people, including their places of worship, schools, community centers, and other institutions. And
whereas people of all faiths and no faith have a stake in fighting anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and anti-Arab acts of hate, as we all have a stake in fighting every form of bigotry and hatred against people based on religion, race, gender identity, sexual orientation, or place of birth and origin. And
now, therefore, be it resolved that the Northampton City Council calls on all elected officials, faith leaders, and other civic leaders to stand in solidarity with our Jewish, Muslim, and Arab family, friends, neighbors, and community members, reject inflammatory, threatening, and violent language of all kinds, condemn and combat all manifestations of anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and anti-Arab actions, and affirm the rightful existence of all historically marginalized groups. And
be it further resolved that the city of Northampton seeks to educate its residents about these acts of hate through public events, workshops, school curricula, and other suitable means, with the goal of making them more knowledgeable about anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and anti-Arab acts of hate, and how they connect to racism and other forms of hate. And
be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to Mayor Gina Louise Chiara, the school committee, trustees of Smith Vocational and Agricultural High School, the Human Rights Commission, Forbes and Lilly Libraries, and leaders of all faiths in Northampton, requesting action to educate all residents about anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and anti-Arab acts of hate.
would any of the sponsors like to speak to this? Well, I'm happy to go first if or Councilor Moulton, go ahead.
thank you. 2 years ago, in January 2022, we passed a resolution condemning anti-Semitism after hate speech and symbols were directed at the Board of Health in Northampton. Now tonight, we're considering a broader resolution resulting from an increasing number of incidents, as we've heard testimony earlier in this meeting during the past 5 months in our community that have made many, many people feel unsafe and unheard. Whether these anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, or anti-Arab threats are directed at places of worship, schools, community centers, or a single individual, such acts of hatred are reprehensible, morally indefensible, and cannot be tolerated in our community. My hope is that in addition to condemning them, focusing attention on these acts of hate will lead to a greater understanding of the pain that's been felt by many in the community and lead to opportunities for education and a pathway to healing.
Thank you, Councilor Moulton. Councilor Pastrich Clemmer.
I thought it was important to work with my fellow councilors on these resolutions because there were a lot of residents in Northampton expressed they're not feeling safe. And I want residents here to feel safe no matter what side they're on, or everybody should feel like they have a place here. And we worked very hard to be inclusive in these resolutions. And as you can see, there were many opinions from all sides, and we did the best we can, and we thought long and hard about the wording and how we were going to present this. And just there was also some comments about focusing on things going on in Northampton. And I just want to assure everybody that our work as counselors was not neglected in Northampton. We are still focusing on our other responsibilities here. We've just put in a lot of extra time to make this happen.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
Yeah. so eloquently put. I really want to thank my co-sponsors for this resolution and the other one, and Councilor Dubs too. I think that we've approached this with a lot of integrity. And what I've seen tonight is concern about divisions, but I saw a sharing of various opinions and feelings, and people were really respectful, and that's the community that we live in. And it breaks my heart when I hear that people are suffering or being targeted. As a leader and as a fellow community member. So I think tonight what we see is that we can come together, and that it's important that we name it. And I feel grateful to have gotten to work on this, and to, by working on it, really think about it, really think about how we can support everyone in our community.
Thank you. I'll just add, I want to thank members of Congregation in B'nai Israel for meeting with us. I want to thank Dr. Mohammed Bajwa of the Islamic Society of Western Massachusetts for his feedback. I also want to note that, we recognize that anti-Semitic incidents across the state and nation have also increased since October 7th. But we weren't unable to find statistics that we felt confident in order to put that, but I definitely want to recognize that. And in general, I hope we can agree that a greater understanding of what our neighbors are experiencing, and that speaking up to call out hate when we see it will lead to a stronger community. I think even when we don't agree on issues, I hope we can overwhelmingly agree on the need for solidarity. So I'll open it up to other counselors for their thoughts on this resolution. Councilor Rothenberg.
Hello. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the public involvement, regardless of what you wanted the outcome to be. I'm really happy that people were activated to come to their local government and sort of push the bounds of what they think local government can do or should do, or to help us push the bounds of what we think local government can do or should do. The thing that has stood out to me the most about the local discussion in and of itself is a sadness at times when it seems like we are dividing amongst each other a little bit. And I know that it's very, very hard when you fundamentally disagree with someone about something that's really life or death, truly. I mean, how much greater can the level of disagreement and how much higher can the stakes be? But I want to encourage us all, no matter what the outcome of this vote is, to also remember to love our neighbors here and continue looking for ways that we can contribute to an international solution for peace. And to that end, I want to recommend one organization that I think is really excellent called Standing Together. And you can learn more about them at standingtogether.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the sponsors and all of us counselors. It's been a very difficult time for us. I have heard from many, many people of the differences, and we heard it again tonight. A lot of them, yes, are supporting the resolutions, and some are not, and gave their reasons. It always has been my job as a city councilor, which I've heard a councilor say to me that I'm an independent person, and I am. And I want to tell you that as a city councilor, I have always believed, always, that it is my job, all the councilors' jobs, to keep everybody in our city safe, safe. That's the value there. And it is my job. I think of what I'm hearing here is extremely important for everybody in the city to come together. And this is what we're asking, is for everybody to work together and come together. we're here. I don't ever want to have anybody in this city feel of fear or hatred. I'm not going to go that way. I will protect anybody in the city who is in fear or in hatred. And I'm going to support this counselor with all my heart. You've worked tirelessly on it. I agree with this. And I know that there is a division in this city. And it's made it very difficult for me and all the other counselors to hear what we had to hear again. And I'd be willing again, even if it went to another committee, to hear more from people. But I think the way this has been written, I am satisfied. So thank you, counselors.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Elkins.
Thank you. I also want to start by thanking the sponsors of this resolution. I have sat in on part of the discussions with CBI and stepped back from part of this conversation as you sponsors began to draft this in the interest of complying with open meeting law. And I was very anxious to see and to understand and begin to be able to be back in the conversation again through the product of your work. So I thank you very much. It is hard work. It is hard discussions to have. And our community is asking a lot from us, and you as sponsors really stepped up to the plate. And I really appreciate that. I also want to say very candidly that I was a little anxious about tonight. I had some trepidation, not in any way about what I expected to hear from those in our community. I understood and share the fear. I see the grief. I see the pain. It's abhorrent what we are grappling with here. And so that part of it, I was preparing myself again to hear and to open myself and my heart to this conversation and this discussion. What I was trepidatious about was the reality that this space, because it is government, because it is a public forum, because the Constitution says that we have to take all comers no matter what they say, that it could have been a much different kind of conversation. And so I am sitting here tonight incredibly proud of this city and this community and everybody that came to be a part of this conversation, and who I hope everybody who didn't get to speak, if you haven't already shared your comments by email, that you will continue to let us know. I can tell you, we've been inundated by many things from outside of our community, but I want to assure everybody that I know I rarely speak for my colleagues, but I feel confident that I can speak here that we have all read every single word that has been sent to us and considered it and taken it to heart. In addition to our own experiences and conversations and work to grapple with this issue on a personal level, and then also within this role. And so I want to say I'm really proud. I'm very glad to be a part of this conversation. I know we were going to talk about the other, and so I don't want to go into too much detail now, but absolutely, obviously, this is very much a resolution that I support. I do wonder, I would like to, and we can, I guess, talk about the language, but the only thing that struck me about this resolution was it failed to state, and I think Ronnie Gold may have said it most specifically. It failed to state kind of the reason why we're all here. I would like to see this resolution specifically name Israeli, our Israeli community neighbors, our Palestinian neighbors, Palestinian Americans, to specifically name the conflict that we are speaking of. I think Ronnie suggested changing the title to include Israeli American and Palestinian American, or Israeli and Palestinian. So if I were better, I would be suggesting specific language, but I'm wondering if anybody made a note of any language to address that thought. I think that would be a good addition.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Perry.
Yes. Thank you again, sponsors, for this resolution. Sorry, I'm trying to muddle all sorts of words here sometimes. I feel like this is one of those moments where the weight of this job really hits me, where you realize that you're representing more than yourself, and you're representing a very wide and disparate group of folks who love this city. And our city's hurting again. I heard it here today. There's a lot of division. People are scared, they're hurt, they're grieving. So I thank the sponsor for taking on this task and trying to address this hurt, this harm, and trying to find a way to bring us together. I do support this resolution. I think it's important to show our support for these communities. And I also was going to bring up Ronnie's suggestion about including Israeli and Palestinian neighbors. I think that would be important, and to actually separate this resolution from our previous resolution supporting against anti-Semitism. And I also just want to say, not in response to, but I just want to say that it feels like it's taken 4 months, and it may seem like it's an action, but it's not. There's been a lot of behind the scenes discussion and talk. So I thank these sponsors for going out in the community and trying to figure out a way to best represent and convey our support for our city. So thank you all for your work. Thank you.
Thank you. And back to Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you. I have to agree with Councilor Perry and Councilor Elkins about Ron Gold. I thought his statement was a good statement of including Islam and also Palestine. I think that should be added on along with a resolution in support of our Jews, Muslims, Arab community members, Islam, and Palestinians.
You mean Israeli?
Yes.
I think that's what he referred to. Yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
More discussion? So if we want to proceed with voting on it tonight and then proposing any amendments, the first thing we would need to do would be to vote to suspend the rules.
I would move to suspend the rules.
Second.
So motion made by Councilor Elkins, seconded by Councilor Moulton to suspend the rules so that we can vote at this meeting. Is there any discussion on suspension of the rules? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Dobbs,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Pastrich Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes.
So that passes unanimously.
Move to approve.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes, move to approve. Second reading here. We suspend the rule. Now we ask.
Yep. Motion has been made to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, I didn't catch who said that first, right before Councilor Elkins. I guess I'll have to give it to Counselor Elkins.
Give it
So
to-
motion made by Counselor Labarge and seconded by Counselor Elkins. So this is on the floor for approval tonight. Now we could consider any amendments. So sort of the simplest way I see that phrase Jewish, Muslim, and Arab is repeated 3 times. So we could certainly add in Israeli, Palestinian, Jewish, Muslim, and Arab. We have to figure out the best order in those 3 places. So that's the title, and then in the urgent need to ensure the safety and security of, and then civic leaders to stand in solidarity with our, so those are the 3 places. I'm not making an amendment, but just suggesting if that is the intent, that would be 3 places to amend.
Yes, that was my suggestion. So I would move to amend.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Counselor Elkins, seconded by Counselor Moulton. Could you state the order in which you propose those words?
I guess I would suggest Jewish, Muslim, Arab, Israeli, and Palestinian community members.
Great, thanks. So that is now on the floor. And Laura, did you catch all the places that I mentioned?
Yes, I'm sure I can find them within the document if it's got the 3 words.
Yep.
Yes.
Further discussion on this amendment? Okay, seeing none, roll call on the amendment.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Pastrich Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Abstain.
and Counselor Dubs.
Yes.
So that passes with 1 abstention. So now the amended version is on the floor. Is there further discussion on the amended version?
I will move to approve.
It's already been, the motion's already been made, so we're just waiting to see if anyone has anything to say. If not, we will do a roll call on approval. So go ahead, Laura, when you're ready.
Okay. Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Pastrich Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Dubs,
Yes.
and Counselor Elkins.
Yes.
So that passes with 1 abstention. All right, great. Thank you. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
So now we move to the 2 resolutions around the ceasefire. And I would propose that we take them together or discuss them together, that we read them both and then discuss and decide if we want to suspend the rules and go through that process. So Counselor Dubs, would you like to read your resolution?
Yes, thank you very much. So a resolution to end the war on Gaza, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Northampton in City Council assembled as follows. Whereas the ongoing war on Gaza has resulted in at least 28,000 Palestinian lives lost, 70% being women and children. And whereas Israeli hostages in Gaza and Palestinian political prisoners in Israel face ever increasing risks of dying. And whereas the UN reports that over half million Gazans face starvation and life-threatening diseases as a result of the present blockade of desperately needed medical supplies and the staples of life itself.
Be it resolved that the City Council of Northampton demand that Congress and the President take every measure necessary to end the war on Gaza, including but not limited to: 1. Initiating a permanent ceasefire on both sides and enforcing the Leahy Law of 1997, which would halt U.S. weapons sales to Israel, sales that now makes us accomplices to the present mass slaughter of innocents. 2. Insisting that hostages and political prisoners on all sides be released. And 3. Imploring that both the UN and other sources of humanitarian aid to Gaza immediately resume unhindered.
Yeah, thank you. And then counselors, this we can do the same thing if people are up for that. Take turns reading each paragraph. So I can begin. Upon the recommendation of Counselor Alex Jarrett, Counselor Deborah Pastrich Clemmer, Counselor Rachel Maori, Counselor Stanley Moulton III, 24.018, a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Whereas the Northampton City Council recognizes that all human life is precious, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, or nationality, and
whereas since the Hamas attacks of October 7th, 2023, in which an estimated 1,200 Israeli adults and children were killed and about 240 hostages were taken, more than 29,300 Palestinians have been killed, including at least 12,300 children and more than 69,300 wounded in Gaza, according to its health ministry. And
whereas the continuing siege and blockade of Gaza has caused a catastrophic humanitarian crisis, including the displacement of approximately 1.9 million people, 85% of Gaza's population, the near total destruction of the healthcare system and civilian infrastructure, with the World Health Organization reporting that all Gazan hospitals have been destroyed or seriously damaged, and nearly 2.2 million people at imminent risk of famine, according to the United Nations. And
whereas on October 26, 2023, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution calling for an, quote, immediate, durable, and sustained humanitarian truce, end quote, between Israeli forces and Hamas militants in Gaza, and numerous international humanitarian organizations have similarly called for a sustained ceasefire. And
whereas members of the Northampton community, including Jews, Muslims, Arabs, and others, are experiencing trauma, grief, and fear, compounded by increased anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, and anti-Arab acts of hate. And
now, therefore, it be resolved that the Northampton City Council condemns the attacks by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, and condemns the ongoing bombardment and blockade of Gaza, all of which has resulted in the horrific loss of lives. And Rachel.
yes, be it further resolved that the Northampton City Council calls for an immediate, enduring, and permanent ceasefire by both sides, suspension of unrestricted military aid from the United States, the provision of unrestricted life-saving humanitarian aid in Gaza, and the release of all hostages taken by Hamas and Palestinian political detainees, and urges the Biden administration, the U.S. Senate and House to work toward those goals. And
be it further resolved that we extend our support to all the brokenhearted and vulnerable members of our Northampton community who are affected by this ongoing crisis, reaffirm our commitment to the safety of all members of our community, and pledge to join with others seeking just and peaceful solutions, and encourage school, community, and religious leaders to work together on increased education and understanding within the Northampton community about the roots and consequences of this conflict. And
be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to Mayor Gina Louise Shera, State Representative Lindsay Sabadosa, State Senator Joe Comerford, Congressman James P. McGovern, Senator Elizabeth Warren, Senator Edward Markey, and President Joseph R. Biden. Thanks, co-sponsors. So I wanted to lay out some of our options here. We can choose to suspend the rules to vote on these tonight. We can find a way to merge them in some way and withdraw one of them and vote on one. We could take a vote on both of them. Or we could not suspend the rules, in which case it will automatically show up on our next agenda on March 7th. So those are the options that I see. And of course, we can offer amendments as well, as I see it before us. So Councillor Dubs, would you like to speak to your resolution, and then I'll invite the members of the second one to speak to theirs?
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would like to give a little bit of a background on the resolution that I submitted. So on at our council meeting on February 1st, for members of the public, the Reverend Dr. Peter Kakos and Nick Mottern, they presented a resolution to the council, and then a few days afterwards, I met up with them with the notion, the idea that I would support their resolution. And so I spoke with them about it, and I felt confident that I would sponsor that resolution. And it was during that, and during that time I was not aware, I didn't become aware until afterwards, that the 4 other councilors were working on another ceasefire resolution. And so I wasn't sure what to do about it. I contacted Council President Alex Jarrett. We were limited to what we could talk about because of open meeting laws. So Alex told me that so since the other resolution was still being drafted and not finished yet, that we would delay discussions on both resolutions until both resolutions were finished being drafted. I still wasn't sure, what I was going to do. But after speaking with Peter Kakos and Nick Modern, and as well as Matt Spurlock and Alyssa Klein, members of the public who were giving me advice at the time, and which I'm very appreciative of, because it's a complex issue that, and being the only sponsor on this resolution, I wasn't sure what I should do. It seemed like there was some support on the fact that there was clarity and a straightforward approach in the resolution that I was submitting. And it seemed, and in my opinion, there's a great urgency to the situation, with more and more people dying every day. The fact that this is the war in Gaza is a mass disabling event, which means that more and more people are becoming disabled every day, in addition to people losing lives. So I felt like this was a very urgent matter that, even though I knew that Alex Jarrett would delay the discussion, I still felt that a resolution should be submitted, just to speak to the urgency of the matter. And I feel like, and to move the conversation forward, basically so that all the councilors could finally have a discussion, as soon as possible on a ceasefire resolution. And so I decided to submit it, with the fact that I thought it was an urgent matter. So I thought that I would submit it, because I thought that was hoping that we would have a discussion sooner about it. Since then, I'm very thankful for all the support that my resolution has gotten, and I think that it served its. I feel like it was a good thing that I submitted it, because I feel like it served its purpose. It moved the conversation forward. It allowed members of the community to have a ceasefire resolution that they could get behind and support, and they could read and express their support for, which I think that was important, to give them a ceasefire, to give everyone a ceasefire resolution, to discuss, basically. Now that we're here talking about 2 resolutions, I personally don't feel like it's like super constructive to have two competing ceasefire resolutions. And I do think that the other councilors' resolution, it It covers the main points of the resolution that I submitted, and those main points basically being this calling for a permanent ceasefire, the release of prisoners and hostages on both sides, calling for an end to military aid to Israel, and also calling for resuming of humanitarian aid. So those are the points that my resolution covers, and I think that the resolution that the other councilors have presented also covers those points. So I guess what I'm saying is that I think that it might be constructive for us to merge and try to create one resolution, and perhaps it might be best for me to withdraw the resolution that I submitted so that we can focus on one resolution to talk about. Basically, that's how I feel at the moment.
Thank you, Councilor Dubs. So I'll just explain the process. I would like to have us talk about the other resolution, or have the sponsors be able to speak to the other one too before we get into debate around withdrawal. But the process, a councilor would need to make a motion to indefinitely postpone is the word. And it would need to be seconded, and then we would need to vote on that. And then that would be off the table for today, and it wouldn't reoccur unless a councilor chose to introduce it again. So that's the procedure. Does anyone have questions about that or want to speak about that before we introduce the other? Okay. So we'll do that introduction of the other, and then we can think about consider those motions if everyone's okay with that. Yes, the co-sponsors, who would like to speak? Councilor Maori.
I just wanted to say to Councilor Dubs, it's so interesting because this is unprecedented, but it was always a possibility that because of open meeting law, it's since I've been on council, it's never happened that we've had two independent and similar resolutions come forth. And I appreciate your proactivity, and so thank you for that. And I will say that we were hoping to get our resolution onto the earlier meetings, and we had planned to, but we have been. I know some people think it's been maybe frustrating or slow, but we have been trying to be very fastidious and approach this with lots of reverence and caution. And really, what I think I do like about our resolution is it's kind of grounded in a myriad of voices from around Northampton. It feels very organic. We've talked to so many folks and had them vet it and look at it and give them their thoughts. And that was time consuming. And so because we were trying to respond to some of the edits we were getting and suggestions, we chose to delay. But I was heartened to see, that so many of us on council care that there was another one. So I don't think they're really exactly competing, but I think that we do need a path forward. But I appreciate your work, Councilor Dubs, and your courage in just stepping forward with it. So thank you. As I said, we've if this is passed, one of these, and however we do it, this will be I believe the first passed ceasefire resolution in Western Mass. I don't think it's passed in other places where it's been proposed. So that's just something. So it might feel slow, but I think we're still going to be a leader here if we do pass this. And we wanted to make sure, as I said, we approached it with reverence for all of our community members. Because so many people are just so there's so much pain, and there's so much feeling just devastated, and we were and have and remain concerned about inflaming or triggering people. But I think where we landed was, as community leaders, remaining silent just isn't an option. We've got 1.1 million Palestinian children, who are facing imminent starvation or death by disease. Like if this we don't turn this around. And I think, I think one of the commenters brought up the U.S. funding, and I think that does make it relevant to governance and U.S. and even on the local level in the United States. We're not just kind of over here and not involved politically as Americans. So I do think it is relevant. I think yeah. So I think that the thought and the time that we all put into it, it may not be perfect, but I think what I hope most is that it shows our concern and that we get the gravity and that we have compassion and that we're holding this compassion in the face of so much immense suffering abroad and right here at home, as we've heard. So that was our intention, and I hope we get close to it. Thank you.
Councilor Maori. Councilor Moulton.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilors Jarrett, Maori, and Pastor Clemmer for the work that we've all put in together over the last 4 months on both resolutions, but this one in particular has been very difficult. And I appreciate the support and the teamwork that the three of you have given to me as we've worked our way through this. I also want to thank Councilor Dubs for his bringing forward a resolution. I know there was disappointment that it wasn't debated last on February 15th. I think that Council President Jarrett made the right decision to have these considered together, and I appreciate Councilor Dubs your graciousness in recognizing that these are very close in terms of well, I think they overlap completely in terms of their goals. They're very close in terms of their language. And I do think it is more constructive that we consider one resolution tonight. So I appreciate your graciousness in offering to withdraw yours. I want to thank the dozens of and perhaps hundreds now of people in this community who have talked with us, met with us, offered their heartfelt opinions, their very moving and very emotional stories about people, relatives, friends who they've lost, who they know and have lost in Israel and Gaza. It's been very, very difficult to read and hear, but it really has, I think, helped inform what I, and I'm reacting as a human being to this horrific violence, which I condemn all of the violence, but as a city councilor, as a leader in this community, I feel that we have to act. We're asking for an end to the bloodshed, and that is a goal that I feel that I want to and need to support, and I hope that that all of my colleagues on the council also find that they can support that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Moulton. Councilor Pastridge Clemmer, would you like to go? Yes.
Yeah, I want to say that I'm very proud of Councilor Dubs for within his first 2 months of being councilor, putting forth a resolution by himself.
Yeah.
I was lucky to have support of 3 other councilors with a lot more experience than I have. And I think it took a lot of courage to do that. And thanks for writing it up and putting it out there. And something you said struck me about the injuries in the Middle East, that it's a disabling event. And I mean, I just can't imagine here with the amount of disabled people we have in our community, how much it takes to accommodate all of you and others. And I just can't imagine what's going to happen in the future now once this war ends, and that they're going to have to make accommodations for people and health issues and everything else. So when this, even if there's a ceasefire and when this war ends, it's not going to be over. There's going to be many, many years of trying to help people and make things right for them so they can get through the day, basically. And yeah, I want to thank all of my fellow counselors and co-sponsors for supporting me doing this. And as a new counselor, thank you for taking me on with you to write this up. And I'm proud of what we did. And it's heartbreaking. The emails we've gotten, the stories it's very heartbreaking. And, you know, I'm glad we did something. It might not be perfect, but I think we did it with good intentions and from the heart and to help our community. So I hope that this passes tonight and we can put it up there.
Okay, thank you. I'll go last. I see you, Councilor Labarge, but as a co-sponsor, I'm going to speak first. So yes, thank you, Councilor Dubs, for submitting your resolution and your courage in that. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everyone who's written and called and texted. And who I've met with. I really appreciate all of your input. So the Northampton City Council has taken a stand on local and regional and national and international issues for quite some time. You can look through our resolutions page, which has the resolutions that go back to 2012. And most recently, we passed a resolution calling to pull back from the brink of nuclear war. Also want to note there are many other conflicts in the world worthy of speaking out about, including ones that our government funds. And we are, we are speaking out about this one because it is such an important issue for members of our community, and we've heard that. And I think about making decisions as a counselor, listening, learning as much as I can, and then making the decision that I feel is right. As an elected representative in representative democracy, it's our job to represent, and it's also our job to learn and listen enough so that we can make a decision that's informed. So this resolution, I see it as a call for peace. It's against the actions of Hamas, of the Israeli government, of the U.S. government. It's not against Israelis, Palestinians, Jews, Muslims, Arabs, or anyone else. And I don't believe that a call for peace is anti-Semitic. I want to recognize the humanity of everyone involved in Israel, Gaza, West Bank, across the Middle East here. I respect the differing opinions that were just expressed and have been expressed. And I respect that many people who are opposed to this resolution, they also believe in peace. We have a mutual goal. And we disagree on the best strategy to achieve it. In my mind, I believe that even if every current Hamas fighter was killed, the violence and the trauma inflicted on Palestinians and others would cause some to take their place, and that overall would escalate the generational cycle of oppression and violence. So I don't think it's an effective strategy in addition to a humanitarian disaster. So there's a website, gaza-projections.org. It's from the Johns Hopkins Center for Humanitarian Health. And it shows how critical a ceasefire is in limiting deaths. So I think we must look at the total number of lives lost and value them equally. So in their projections, they talk about the mean excess mortality ranges. So there's actually quite a lot of variation possible but the mean of in their projections is 4,000 more deaths in a ceasefire situation without an epidemic, and then 85,000 in an escalation and epidemic situation just in the next 6 months. So, it's just a projection, but I value their public health perspective on that, and I think it is critical. So a call to end, a call for a ceasefire is a call for peace, and I do encourage the council to pass this resolution this evening. Thank you. And over to oh, right. We were going to now talk about the withdrawal or postponement of Councilor Dubb's resolution.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely
Is
my
there a
resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that okay? Motion made by Councilor Dubbs and seconded by Councilor Elkins. Discussion on this indefinite postponement. Councilor Rothenberg.
Thanks. I just want to say that I support Councilor Dubb's decision. I know that it's not an easy decision for him. We've got a lot of comments that said that they really preferred this resolution. I think that where there is still a lot of disagreement in the community about whether a resolution should even be before us, and what the solution is to what's happening in the world, I think that the slightly gentler wording of the other resolution put forward by the 4 councilors is a better way to go if a resolution were to pass, just for our community. But we really hear all the people who said that they really prefer Dubbs.
Thank you. Other discussion on this motion? Okay, seeing none. Roll call, please, on indefinite postponement of Councilor Dubb's resolution.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Pastridge Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg,
Abstain.
Councilor Dubbs,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
and Councilor Jarrett.
Yes. Okay, that passes with 1 abstention. So I actually have something I have to take care of right away. So I'm going to call a 5-minute recess, and we will return to continue the discussion. So thank you.
2, 1.
Okay, we have indefinitely postponed Councilor Dubb's resolution. So the remaining resolution is on the floor. And then so up for discussion, and we can decide at any point to move to suspend the rules. But I would love to hear from people. Councilor Labarge.
Thank you. I just want to thank Councilor Dubs for standing up on your 2 feet and being only the one sponsor for Ceasefire. That makes you must feel kind of sad, but realizing, which you didn't know, that there was another resolution coming in. And I want to thank you for standing up and working with the other counselors and us of combining it into one. Thank you, Jeremy, 100%.
Thank you.
Councilors. Councilor Maori.
Just something that Councilor Elkins already partly addressed, which is just so that folks know, because, you know, if you're sending an email to us, you might not, but we actually received hundreds of emails, and the timing was a little unfortunate because it was also school break. A lot of us, you know, were occupied with childcare or other things. So I just want to say, as Councilor Elkins said, that, you know, it may take us a while to sort through all that, but it's really important we hear from you. And part of the issue when we were writing this is, like, we were trying to be very careful with our wording. So we got, you know, often we get, you know, we're getting good suggestions, but it's like there's only so much we could put in, or we were afraid of having to keep postponing. So at some point we had to kind of, you know, call it done. But I really appreciate all the emails. We really received hundreds and hundreds. So I just want folks out there to know that yeah, that's what was going on, and that even if you know, it's not that you might have made a suggestion and it might have been a fine suggestion, but we're really trying to be very mindful of everything we put in there, and we had four sponsors to run it by. So just to give that perspective.
Thank you. Councilor Perry.
Yes, I want to thank everyone, the community, for these discussions. I want to thank the councilors who sponsored these resolutions also for bringing this to the forefront. And I just want to state, I think we're all in agreement. I know Councilor Elkins said that it's hard to speak for everyone else, but I think we all agree that war is horrific. And the death of civilians, especially women and children, it's unacceptable. It's abhorrent. And I also want to say that I know that this is urgent. You know, as we're sitting here speaking, people are dying, not just in the Gaza Strip, but around the world. And as you said, Councilor Jarrett, there are other situations that also are horrific. And so I support taking action. I support what we're trying to do, but I feel like we're so close, and I personally am not certain if we're there. Even in this meeting, we're seeing some divisions being worked on. You know, as Councilor Maori said, this is one of, at least first time since I've been a councilor, to see two similar resolutions present themselves. And I have to say that it's been nice watching as we work on this, as you know, Councilor Dubbs realizes that it's better to come together so we can work on one singular resolution. But I do have to say that it was difficult getting here. It was difficult at our last meeting watching councilors accuse other councilors of not doing our jobs, when I know that we are all trying to handle this situation. And so, you know, I hope we can avoid that. We can communicate together, because our job is not to sow division within our own body, but really to work to bring people together in our community. And I know that it's impossible to represent everyone. One of the toughest things that we have to do is to try and listen to all these voices and figure out the very intricate calculus of how we can best represent the majority of people and also stay true to our own values. And with that being said, you know, this is a very nuanced situation. We worked on some of the language in the other resolution we just passed, and I feel that there is some work we can do to sew some of these gaps in the language in the resolution that's put forth now. And I don't know if we want to talk about that. There's been suggestions from the community, but I don't know how the sponsors feel about trying to address some of the issues. But I think it is worth a discussion. So,
Thank you, Councilor Perry. And yes, amendments, we can certainly have discussions about amendments. Other councilors? Councilor Elkins.
Yes, I want to say, just even from the sort of the initial nascent thoughts about where this discussion might go at the time when I was before I stepped out of the conversations, and now that I'm back in, and even some of the evolution of our discussion and the language, it's been so appreciated. Again, I just want to say again, the hard work and the what you all have done to grapple with and to hear from so many different people. I also tend to agree that we have heard a number of pretty so I'm particularly moved by the number of people who came forward and who are in favor of a ceasefire, but would like us to think a little bit more about the language. I want to address and I have a thought or an idea about maybe how that conversation can happen. One thing I do want to address is a number of people suggested that we stay in our lane and that we ought not deal with something like this in the form of a resolution. I would say, and I've always maintained this as my position, as city council, we actually don't do very many things. We pass legislation, we pass the budget, and we pass resolutions. Like, in terms of what is carved out for us to do, resolutions are one of the things we do, and we should use it. We should speak when we can. We have an obligation, and we have an obligation to do it even when it's hard. And it's not the same as, it's not necessarily, I mean, nobody here thinks that we're going to come up with the perfect document that represents the consensus of the whole community. And sometimes we want to speak with moral clarity, even when there is division. So to that, I say, we are here, we're having this discussion. I'm happy to have it. I am wondering, as a suggestion, just because I'm a little skeptical of our ability to sort of co-write this together now, or deal with any of these amendments and or any of the suggested language. I know some folks have suggested referring it out for further discussion. I wonder if it might be possible to create an ad hoc committee that consisted of the sponsors and Councilor Dubs to sort of finish that conversation and to incorporate some of the things that maybe we heard, or see if it is possible to incorporate that. And if that, rather than referring it to legislative matters or another one of our standing committees, if we might refer to an ad hoc committee for the purpose of integrating some of what we heard tonight and what I know we've all heard in the last few days since the final draft of this particular resolution came out before us. So I would put that out there as a suggestion, a potential suggestion.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, I guess because we've been working on it since January, I have a different view. We've vetted it through so many groups. This is a resolution. It's aspirational. It's not a piece of, it's not an ordinance or order. I feel I just want to respect counselors' time. We put I can't untold amount of time into this. And I don't think committeeing it is the way to go or really responds to the urgency out there. We've been, and even, obviously we can all just put out amendments we would like. I am personally going to be reticent to make any substantive changes because we have vetted this word by word with many different groups. And that's why it's kind of taken us so long to get here. And that's also why I'm going to be a little reticent to make substantive changes, tonight beyond, and like that really stray from our original resolution. But I don't know that I personally have the time for an ad hoc committee, and I don't really think it actually speaks to what's the whole point of our resolution. This is an emergency. That's how I feel.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Thanks. I agree. I think that if a resolution is passing, it's urgent to the people who want it passed. And I think we heard that loudly and clearly at our last meeting. I mean, they shut down the entire meeting. It was very clear.
I'll call on myself. I want to, I do feel comfortable with the wording that we have tonight, and I would be happy to consider minor changes to it. I want to, it is, there are many voices that we have considered, including, many opposing voices, and gone through all of their suggestions and carefully considered whether to put them in and how to consider them. So, I feel comfortable doing it tonight. I understand if other counselors don't. But I would like to see if we are ready for voting on it tonight. Councilor Maori?
Are you looking for a motion? I would move this.
I wasn't, but because I still want to hear from
I don't want to shut
counselors,
anyone
but
down.
of course you're welcome to make one at any time.
All right. Well, I would move to suspend the rules for 2 votes tonight.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Councilor Maori and seconded by Councilor Dubs to suspend the rules to allow voting on it tonight. And I would also say this would be necessary in order to amend. Is there discussion on suspension of the rules? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Pastridge Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes, if to amend.
Councilor Rothenberg,
Abstain.
Councilor Dubs,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
No.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Councilor Labarge.
No.
So let me see if I counted that right. That was 6 in favor, 2 no, and 1 abstain.
That's
So
what I have.
the motion passes. It requires a 2/3 vote, so it just made it. So we are now free to vote on this tonight. Councilor Moulton.
So I just wanted to explore a bit more about the suggestion by Councilor Elkins to somehow form a committee to work on amendments. And I guess I'm persuaded more by the fact that we're now we've we're now considering one resolution where there were two, and I particularly want to give Councilor Dubs all the opportunity he needs to make certain that the goals and the language in his original resolution are that he's satisfied that this resolution now being considered covers. So I'm more persuaded by that argument, but I'm not sure, Councilor Elkins, how we can put together a committee of 5 without violating open meeting law and having this that would be a quorum of the entire council.
I just offered as a suggestion. I would say of all the people who have seen this, there are those of us here who are the very last ones to see it in its entirety. And now we're being asked to actually weigh in on it with less time with actual language than many people in the community. At the meeting that was stopped where these weren't on the agenda, there were people referring to early drafts of this that we hadn't even seen. So I mean, I would suggest, so I mean, I don't know, I offered the suggestions of an ad hoc. I do think if I would like to see Councilor Dubs have more of an opportunity to speak to this. I would also like to hear more specifically from people in the community who also were only seeing the final draft and some of the final language in the last couple of days as it came out. As far as the urgency, and I appreciate how, again, and a few of you have already a few of the sponsors spoke to this, of how it feels and the urgency to it. But it is very much the case that whether we pass anything or not, no matter what we do, that this conflict is going to continue. I believe it's important to do, but it is not urgent in the sense that speaking with haste and not being careful and thoughtful in our process is going to change the outcome. If it were, I would be first to pass, I'd be first to say, do something and do something now. And so for me, the whole point is this discussion. This is all it is and all it can be and what we can do. It is important. I agree with everybody who said that is important, but this is the part we have to get as right as we can. So I would just say, I can appreciate how much work you all have put into it, and and how hard this conversation is, and to ask to go even another week out or something like that. But people have asked us and said they want a little more time. People who would support overall the goal and intention of a ceasefire resolution and a call for peace, and support this and what you have drafted in many broad terms, and are asking for a little bit more time and opportunity. So that's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Counselor, I think I'll go to Counselor Labarge, who hasn't spoken in this particular round. Go ahead.
Thank you. My problem is that here we have Councilor Dubs, who gave up of putting his resolution with the idea of working together on one resolution. And why couldn't we do that tonight? Why couldn't that be done tonight? Get his language that he feels that should be put in here. If not, then I would, because I feel also too, this has been a biggie with this resolution. And as a city councilor, I've received over 300 and something emails. I'm serious, and many, many phone calls. And with the two resolutions, I have a problem with it. I'm glad we're going into one. But somehow I think we need to have Councilor Dubs highly involved of looking at the language of his resolution and what we're hearing from people who agree to his resolution, and then from people in general with the resolution with 4 councilors. So that's where my concern is right now of voting, no for doing it the way you wanted to do it. There's too many people out there who I agree with Councilor Elkins that are on almost to the top of agreeing about ceasefire in Gaza. There's no question about it. People want an end to the war. So my question to you as council president is that how are we going to work this out?
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. We certainly have the option. Someone would need to move approval, and then we would craft amendments to that, and then folks could propose amendments. So that could be one way we do things. But first, let's go to.
We could do tonight, correct?
Yes, because we have voted to suspend the rules.
Okay.
Councilor Perry, and then Councilor Rothenberg.
I think that Councilor Maori had her hand up. Did you?
Okay.
You did. You did.
Yeah, but why don't you go first, because I think I've spoken this round. I was just merely going to say that, yes, I think that Councilor Dobbs is perfectly able to tell us what he thinks should, if there are many amendments, he would like to include or not. And just to say, yeah, that I hear you, Councilor Elkins, and it is, the reality is that this doesn't change the geopolitics overnight or anything, but I think the urgency is felt by our community. So I think the urgency is there. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Councilor Perry.
So, I know that, again, I've said before, every moment we're speaking, people are dying, and there is urgency in this, but we are so close. The reason why we did not have this or discuss this in our last meeting was because we wanted to take time so you could craft the language. You guys stated that. And then to hear that you've already devoted enough time, because the sponsors, you kind of commit yourself to taking up this task. And it's important work. And to hear that you don't have any more time really troubles me. But also, as Councilor Elkins stated, a lot of this information, I did not have access to the wording in the language. Councilor Jarrett said he's heard a lot of input. I have not heard that input. As Councilor Labarge said, we have been inundated with emails. There's a lot of information to process. And honestly, I feel while I did just say yes to suspending the rules of ordinance twice, I don't feel comfortable doing it. I feel like we're trying to push this over the goal line for I'm not certain what reason. I think that hearing from the community, hearing people who just, as other people have stated, who want to support, who are for peace, but just the language and not listening to those people feels not right to me. I also don't feel like I could discuss amendments on the fly right now. I think it does injustice and disservice to all the work that you guys have done. And so I urge us to take a step back and really soak in this moment and understand, I feel like we're all in agreement. We want this. My understanding is that there is no dissenting. No people are like, wars are good. What we're talking about is just making sure that people feel like they're heard, and that we do this in a way that try in all honesty to address all the issues that people have. Again, we're not going to please everyone. You can't represent everyone, but I want to make sure that we're listening, and trying to push this through doesn't feel like I'm listening. So,
I want to answer.
Councilor Rothenberg was next, and then go over to you, Councilor Maori.
I don't think
Was
it
that
needs
a
a
direct response?
I have a direct response. I just wanted to
Okay.
clarify. I just wanted to clarify that when I said about not having the time, I meant that I would certainly make the time if I wasn't satisfied with the work we've done. This work was not done in haste. It was done very painstakingly, and I'm satisfied with it. And therefore, I think that it's not a good use of our time to continue. That's why I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rothenberg.
I'm also satisfied with the language. I also heard from hundreds of people, and I got specific red lines on this from a constituent. I didn't find the red lines to be compelling. They were things like, why do you only say that there are no hospitals? Why don't you say who's responsible for there being no hospitals? And I feel like that's really not in the spirit of what we're trying to do here. And mostly, I just hear us talking a lot about what Jeremy wants, and I don't think I've heard what Jeremy wants. So I would like to hear from Councilor Dubs on whether he's ready to vote on this.
Councilor Dubs.
Thank you. Yes, I was planning to speak. I was just listening to what everybody had to say. Yeah, I've become familiar with the other council's resolution, and I've also spoken with several people who support my resolution, who have compared the two, and I do believe that the language in mine is the main points that are in my resolution are currently in the other council's resolution. And so I just to reiterate, I do believe that it is an extremely urgent situation. And I would say that to the sorry, I would say to the idea that that this I would just say that this is an emergency, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts. The idea that one of the other counselors said that that there's that we're not gonna solve the conflict by coming to by passing the resolution tonight. It's still, the conflict is still going to continue, which is true. I'm not saying that that's not true, but I would say that there is benefit to us speaking to the urgency of the situation by, and the reason we've voted to suspend the rules twice is because this is a very urgent emergency situation. And I think that what we can that voting on it tonight sets an example to other communities to also pass resolutions, ceasefire resolutions. So if we can get this done tonight, which I believe that we should, then it will encourage hopefully other cities to pass resolutions, and that, hopefully there'll be more and more people that do that, and hopefully then that, so we can have an influence on this conflict on a local level. I do believe that we can do that on a local level. So yeah, I would say just to reiterate that I am comfortable with the language in the other councilor's resolution, and I would feel comfortable voting for it tonight.
Okay.
Thank you, and sorry for putting you on the spot like that, Jeremy.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Councilors. All right, Councilor Maori.
I was just going to make a motion, but if no one else had their hand up. Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Oop, who took that one?
Perfect unison.
I believe it was Councilor Dubs.
It was an
Okay.
acapella.
Motion made by Councilor Maori and seconded by Councilor Dubs to approve. The resolution is on the floor.
You want to let the people know what we're approving here?
Yep. I'm sorry. Yes. 24.018, a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, as read earlier. Counselors? Any further discussion? Amendments, etc.? Well, I just want to recognize, I understand where Counselor Perry and Elkins and Labarge are, or at least I guess I won't speak for it, where Counselor Perry and Elkins are coming from. And I understand that desire to have more input and hear and reconcile what they've heard from the community. And I understand if you're not in a place where you are comfortable with it. So I just want to recognize that.
Can I ask, I know the conversation where I was there before I stepped out, started at CBI. Was the latest, most recent draft that is before us tonight, was it discussed with CBI?
So we just want to clarify that CBI members, some CBI members participated in these discussions, and that CBI has not taken a stand on the ceasefire resolutions. So I want to clarify that. But yes, through Stan Shapiro, we distributed, as we have multiple drafts, for CBI members to be informed of the latest draft on Friday, and we received feedback over the weekend and the last couple days. Any other comments or discussion?
Right, Counselor
Mayorey.
Sorry, President Chair. Yeah, I was just going to say some of the comments in red were from, I believe, were from that conversation, those conversations, correct? Some of them.
Yes, that was
based
on feedback from a number of individuals, but including CBI members. Any other discussion? Or we'll call for a vote.
I want to just say, so I very much in principle want a ceasefire resolution or a resolution that does speak directly to this, that I can vote for. I really am disappointed that when the part came for us to have the discussion amongst ourselves, that we are being, that this discussion is being cut short. I very much agree, Councilor Maori. I actually have zero desire to do this by way of discussion and amendment tonight on specifics. I think that is no way to craft a thoughtful document when we are all taking in a lot of new information, doing things on the fly. It's just not a good process. I, on principle, am not going to vote against this resolution in many respects. I am in support. I think we could have been a little bit better. I think we could have gotten a little closer to some of the things that were raised tonight. I also want to say to the folks who are asking us to have a little bit further discussion, I would say again that one of the things that we are talking about is continuing this discussion, not just here, but in our places of worship, in our community, in other places. And I would say again, and I've said this to two people who have urged us to think more and to do more with this resolution, that to say again, I hope you realize that what you're asking us to do in this space, in this forum, where we have to hear from everybody, and we cannot make it a safe space for anybody, and where we do take risks, that people come in, that you know, that that is also a difficult thing. And so I also do know and realize that by prolonging this discussion here, we increase the opportunity for the discussion to become very unproductive. And not amongst us, and not amongst anybody we heard from tonight, but so I just want to say those realities. So we've resolved to move ahead. We are resolving to have the discussion amongst us be now quite short. Principle, I'm not gonna vote against this because in wide principle and intent, I agree with much of what is said, but I regret that however impassioned the voices are and however urgent it feels, that we allowed our discussion to be short-circuited. And that's really how I feel.
Thank you, Councilor Elkins. Councilor Labarge.
Yes, I've heard two of my counselors, Perry and Elkins, which is critical here, of hearing the people's voices in our city here, of really looking at the language of what we're producing as counselors. I would like to know, here we have our city council meeting coming up next week on Thursday. Why this cannot wait until next Thursday? And that way the sponsors can get together and look at language that was presented tonight from many, many residents in the city on how they felt and how many residents want to move it on. That's my feelings. I think it just gives more people the opportunity to really think about this resolution. This is all new to them too, that's come forth. And I just think it's very critical because of what is happening in our city with a division. And we're hearing the voices tonight on how they felt about putting it out in a committee or whatever. I feel that the sponsors, there's no reasons why. You can put your heads together. Well, everything that was mentioned tonight of changes, that's up to you, sponsors. I agree, definitely, of a ceasefire in Gaza. And I just want to let you counselors know that. But I want to make sure that the voices that we again heard tonight, that we're fulfilling what some of their concerns are. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. Councilor Perry.
I don't have a poker face, and I'm sure you could see me over here struggling with this. But much like Councilor Elkins, I can't vote against peace.
I don't either.
But I do feel, again, I feel rushed. I feel like this is the first time I've had a chance to look at all the language. It feels unfair to me. And I worry about our neighbors, and I worry about how we got to this place. And I've already stated about how our last meeting, it felt very difficult to watch the division even between councilors. There's been a lot of talk about divisions and what this resolution will do and how we'll bring our community together. And I'm uncertain that by rushing past this crucial part is going to bring people together. I think it sets a bad precedent to to how this council is running. And I also want to say, as a person who's lived most of my life with words, as an MC, as an artist, words matter. And so when people are asking just to take a look at the words, that they are agreeing in principle, it touches me, because what we're doing here, again, while there's urgency, but we're not going to stop this war right now. What we're doing is making a stand in the declaration, something that will stand the test of time, something where people will look back, and to move forward so quickly on the wording is disappointing for me, for this council. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Councilor Perry. Councilor Pastridge Clemmer.
I just want to say that I hear what everybody's saying, and I just want to clarify what the four of us have been dealing with. And correct me if you guys don't agree. I don't mean to speak for all of you, but we've been getting inundated with emails for months, and we've had meetings with CBI. We've reached out to people in the community to talk to them about this resolution, and we've changed it many times, and we've poured over each word that we put down on paper. And we didn't take this lightly, and it's been out, and a lot of the people that spoke today also spoke 2 weeks ago. There's views across the board, from don't do anything to, no ceasefire, everything you can imagine. So, we're not going to make everybody happy. And I think the people that we showed it to, I think they're happy with what we came up with. And I don't think delaying it is going to do much. And, we went over the emails today that we got also from people, and incorporated some of their language into our resolution. And, I think we did a good job, and, just hanging on to it for a few more days. I don't think we're going to change much, because we did make many changes. We held on to it for a week. We separated the two resolutions so we can clarify what we're saying about the ceasefire, separate it from the rest of the other resolutions. So, I mean, I don't think taking more time is going to change things at this point. I don't know what more we can add.
Councilor Elkins.
I just want to reiterate, I do want to thank the sponsors again, and please don't hear this. This is more about what has happened, how the discussion goes, once we're back in the process. I do not doubt for a second, and I very much appreciate the work, and also think it is very good. That is very good. So please don't hear me saying anything other than that in that regard. So I just wanted to reiterate that.
Thank you, Councilor Elkins. Yeah, I think I come down to that there probably are minor language changes that could improve it slightly. I don't think they'll change the general intent or please people who are significantly opposed. I think it might, there might be a few more people, but it would be small. The number of people who, in terms of what we would change, that we would have a majority that would agree to change it. So I hear that, and I hear that it is always better to have more time. But as I've said, I am ready to vote this evening. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Councilor Labarge.
Yes. So are you also saying that we could go ahead and work on some amendments tonight before we vote on it?
If someone has an amendment, yes.
Because you just brought that up about we could work on amendments, but they would be short ones. correct?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that, I can't speak for all the sponsors, but that, you know, we would probably not vote for, significant changes.
Right, right.
And if there were some that folks had tonight, then, we could consider them, as we always can.
Well, I thank you for that opportunity. Excuse me.
Okay, is there any other discussion? We have a motion on the floor. Okay, Laura, roll call please on approval of 24.018, a resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Pastich Clemmer,
Yes.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
Abstain.
Counselor Dobbs,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes,
Counselor Labarge,
Yes,
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
that resolution passes with one abstention. Would anyone like a recess before we move on? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
brief recess, please.
Okay, we'll do
Yeah.
7 minutes. We'll
thank
see
you.
you soon. So that's 9:54. No, 9:53. Hard to do, man.
Yeah.
1.
Welcome back to the Northampton City Council. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda. I'm going to read the consent agenda and then ask if there are any removals. The first thing is the minutes of February 15th, 2024. 24.003, appointments to Parks and Rec and Arts Council, all positive recommendations by the City Services Committee. To the Parks and Rec Commission, David Ames. To the Arts Council, Jennifer Pollins and Kit Pedraza. Then 24.004, appointment of Kayla Fisher as auditor, received a positive recommendation from City Services Committee. 24.013, appointments to Human Rights Commission and Historical Commission for referral to City Services Committee. To the Human Rights Commission, Jamila Gore. To the Historical Commission, Michael Curtin. Are there any removals? Councilor Rothenberg.
The appointment of the auditor.
Appointment of the auditor has been removed. Any others? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda minus that removal.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge and seconded by Councilor Moulton. There's no discussion on the consent agenda, so roll call, please, Laura.
Councilor Pastridge Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg,
Yes.
Councilor Dobbs,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Maori,
Yes.
and Councilor Moulton.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. So now we'll take up 24.004, the appointment of Kayla Fisher as auditor. And there is a memorandum that's, did we read this before? I forget if when it was referred, did we talk about it?
City service.
You would have read it in City Services.
Yes.
Okay. So then I will go to Councilor Rothenberg. If you wish to speak, you did the removal.
Thank you. I just need 5 minutes. I know it's very late. And I also want to preface this by saying, I'm not sure, you could verify afterwards, but I think Councilor Dobbs joins me in this now that we've had a longer time to review after the City Services meeting. So although we put forward a positive recommendation, it may actually at this point, not technically, but in spirit, be more of a neutral recommendation, but you can verify that after I give you my report. I was the one dissenting vote at City Services. First, I just want to discuss what the duties of the city auditor are, because it seems to me like there's some confusion on the part of the city in how we've come to view and utilize our city auditor. There seems to be a sense that our finance director can, and indeed historically has, handled the more complex duties of the auditor. But by statute and under our administrative code, that is not allowable. So I'd like to see us use this new council and this new vacancy as an opportunity to return to what our administrative code, our laws, and our job postings say an auditor must be. The job posting is correct when it says that Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 52, outlines the duties of the auditor and that the candidate will have to fulfill those duties. That law makes clear that those duties are vested in a single person, the city auditor or an officer having similar duties. The Administrative Code of Northampton makes it clear that we have chosen the city auditor to be that person, not the finance director. Part 1 of the Administrative Code offers a description of each department and office in our city, quote, delineating the mission, functions, authorities, and responsibilities of each office. It further says that each department head shall perform all duties required of their office or position. The finance director oversees the finance division and provides financial management and analysis. They develop the annual budget, coordinate the capital improvement program, and supervise finance division heads. However, that supervision does not release the city auditor from performing their tasks as outlined in the administrative code, and it does not allow the finance director to perform the tasks of a city auditor. The Office of the Auditor, according to the Administrative Code, Part 211, says that the Office of the Auditor shall be under the supervision of an auditor, and that one of the duties of the office is to refuse any payment found to be fraudulent, unlawful, or in excess of our budget. That duty is important to highlight because I have seen an argument put forth by Director Nardi in response to my constituents' concerns, minimizing the importance of this function, describing it as not a policy-making position, and really painting it as a simple accounting position that makes general ledger entries. However, if you look at both Massachusetts law and United States law, it's clear that this duty is found to be one of an extremely high-ranking official, which is so intertwined with political goals and interests that officials working as auditors can be hired and fired on the basis of their political beliefs. That is the amount of impact that the courts see an auditor having, such a great impact that their own personal politics are something to be wary of before you hand over the keys to your municipal funds. In Cordero, the First Circuit specifically zeroed in on an auditor as precisely the type of position that holds this great power. They say that for financial matters, whether the position at issue is one of a policymaker turns on whether the individual has the authority to take corrective action. The case goes on to list specific examples of the kinds of corrective action they mean, and they say, quote, their primary tasks would include supervision of the accounting system and supervising of the disbursement of municipal funds. Those two tasks, supervision of the accounting system and supervision of the disbursement of municipal funds, are exactly what our job description and our administrative code and the Massachusetts general laws and the case law says our auditor does. So please understand, this is a very important position, or at least it's intended and understood to be under our law. And it can be very beneficial to us to have an excellent expert in this position. And I worry that ever since Chris Pyle, who was one of our past auditors, ever since he rolled the job of finance director and auditor into one before he hired and trained Joyce, we have grown comfortable with the idea that these two positions work symbiotically to make one whole auditor out of an accountant and a finance director. And I don't worry about that just because it's contrary to our administrative code and our state law and our job description, but because we have so much to gain from having a skilled auditor in the room at this point in our city's history. We are told that this candidate has been on the job for 6 to 8 months and that we're doing fine and that she hasn't caused any problems. But this really isn't about whether or not we're doing worse or will do worse. This is about doing better so that we can find our way forward through extremely tough financial times. State funding is shrinking, downtown shops are shuttered, the DPW is understaffed, and we're talking about cutting 24 positions from our public schools because grant funding and emergency aid are dwindling or stopped, and we need to save our reserves to protect our bond rating. These are exactly the kinds of problems that an auditor helps to solve. These are exactly the kinds of problems that an operational audit targets. And we could continue paying Scanlon to do these things independently, as long as our finance director notices problems where they arise. But it's really the duty of the auditor to control every department's accounts and to know them intimately in a way that prevents us from making excessive payments beyond our budget, analyzing our departments to figure out where the problems are and what kinds of controls we can put in place to fix them. And to put us in an even more precarious position, we are well past the expiration date of the excellent financial roadmap left to us by former finance director Susan Wright, who was very well respected and largely credited with winning us the 2013 override with a 7-year plan that looked out into the future as thoroughly and as far as possible. And I'm told she left us with a reminder at that time that she couldn't look further out than 10 years. So we are there now in this great unknown. And I would hope that this council and our mayor and our finance director welcome all the help they can get and all the help that the people of Northampton are entitled to under our charter. So I don't think it would be wise to hire this candidate who has no significant auditing experience. Before being recently brought to our department, she amassed extensive accounting, not auditing experience in very small towns. I spoke with the town administrator at Williamsburg today, and he confirmed that she performed no auditing functions as the town accountant for FCROG or FRCOG.
We can't say that she has 15 years of experience equivalent to auditing. We cannot. She is not an auditor. She has not audited. She may be an excellent accountant, but it's a different profession, and we don't have the discretion to say that we can waive her auditing responsibilities and just let her focus on accounting. It's a statutorial mandate that she be able to audit. I've learned that she may complete her MMAAA certification in March, maybe passing a test on a future date, which is not the same as having passed it or having had significant work experience in auditing. And that certification is only a preference. It's not a minimum requirement. We've also been told she's the best, most qualified candidate of the 4 or 5 who applied. And I can't confirm if that's true because we didn't see the other applications, but I'm not questioning that. What I'm suggesting is that in today's market, where there's a recent shortage of municipal auditors, we need to post the job at a competitive pay rate so that we can attract a qualified auditor. To determine whether we're likely to find a qualified candidate if the mayor raises the compensation rate, I first consulted with an auditor who performs the annual independent audit for 100 towns, about 100 towns and cities in Massachusetts. They said they knew of several highly qualified individuals who were interested in our job posting, but not at the pay we were offering. The figure that that person threw out as reasonably enticing was 130 to 160,000. I then ran that number by some of the executive members of MMAAA, the Massachusetts Municipal Auditors and Accountants Association that certifies municipal auditors and circulates job postings to qualified auditors. And they said that they thought a starting pay of 130,000 was a little higher than necessary, and that a starting pay of 113,000 would be sufficient. I then researched comparables, taking into consideration whether the position was for either an auditor/accountant or a combined role of finance director and auditor/accountant, and whether or not the position was combined with the role of finance director, and whether or not the auditor/accountant was its own separate job. The compensation was consistent when looking at cities of our size. Some of our comparable neighbors were able to hire qualified auditors at $90,000. Maybe that was before the shortage really kicked into high gear. Our best current comparable is Marshfield, which has an economy slightly smaller than ours at an annual budget of 109 million compared to our 132 million. Their city auditor job is listed at 110,000 to 130,000. That's pretty much what I would recommend our rate would be. So I checked with HR to learn about the process of reposting this job at a higher rate of pay. I learned that the 2019 reclassification study that sets the rate of pay for city jobs can't be changed without another study. And it looks at the complexity of the job and internal equities to make sure people are not being unfairly over or underpaid, and so on. Once that study is completed, HR's hands are tied as to what rates they can offer. However, according to HR, the mayor has discretion to deviate from those set rates. So I am asking this council to give our mayor the opportunity to do that for the benefit of our city. And I want to be clear that we don't save any money by hiring an unqualified auditor. Quite the opposite. Their job is really fundamentally to help us minimize our spending and not misuse our funds, in addition to doing their everyday bookkeeping or general ledger type duties. Being really good at the bookkeeping part is no substitute for that auditing expertise that our administrative code and general laws and common law tell us an auditor provides and tells us has a huge impact on our community and the use of our shared resources. I recognize in closing this candidate's willingness to step up to the job and this mayor's willingness to give it to her. But I ask us as a council to remember our charge to review this appointment thoughtfully and carefully, and above all else, to honor the duty to the voters outlined in our charter. Quote, "It is the intention and the purpose of the voters of Northampton through the adoption of this charter to secure for themselves and for their government all of the powers it is possible to secure as fully and as completely as though each power were specifically and individually enumerated in this charter." And I would suggest that having a good city auditor is one of those powers. So by voting no on this appointment, so that the mayor can repost the job at 113,000 to 130,000, you would be empowering the city and all the residents of Northampton by making sure we have the best and brightest in the room as we navigate our financial futures. Thank you. I know it's very late. And I won't be arguing with anyone. I leave it to you. If you have any questions, let me know, but that's my report.
Thank you, Councilor Rothenberg. Councilor Moulton.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I do want to be the first to respond as Chair of City Services. I will also invite the mayor and the finance director to respond more specifically to the structure in Northampton and how an auditor differs from the finance director. First point, there's no question about what the recommendation was from City Services. It was a 3-to-1 vote. Positive recommendation. And the reference to an unqualified auditor is a it really bothers me that we're calling into question a department head who comes to Northampton with 10 years of municipal experience, including 4 years, nearly 5 years when she worked previously just before starting in Northampton for the Franklin County Council of Government. She was doing work in 4 towns, very similar to the responsibilities of a city auditor in Northampton. Town accountant has very similar responsibilities. So she comes to Northampton with a good deal of knowledge about what is required of an accountant now in Northampton as an auditor. And she has taken advantage of opportunities for training. She is, as we heard at City Services, she will complete the exams next month that will certify her with the MMAAA certification. That was not required for the job. What was required was being able to obtain that certification, which she has done by going through the training and by taking her exams next month. And the suggestion that that she doesn't meet the qualifications in the job description is just wrong. The combination of her education and her prior experience meets the equivalent combination of education and experience, which is included in the job description. And I think when you're hiring for a management position like this, a department head position, you're looking particularly at the prior experience. And Councilor Rothenberg is correct in that we have an outside audit. It's not something that we can choose to remain to do or not. We are charged in the city charter with hiring an outside auditor. So if there are any deficiencies in the office of the auditor, that would be flagged during the annual audit, which is going to continue to happen. And I really, Council President Jarrett, I find this last minute effort to call into question this appointment. It circumvents the well-established review procedure we have for mayoral appointees. These questions could have been raised at the February 5th City Services Committee. We had the mayor, finance director Nardi, and Kayla Fisher at that meeting. There were a lot of questions that we asked Kayla Fisher about why she decided to apply for the job in Northampton, what she had learned during her 7 months when she was working with now retired auditor Joyce Karpinski, and what she saw as future opportunities to continue her professional development and her training. There is a shortage of these kind of financial positions, not just in Massachusetts, but but nationally. I think we are fortunate to have a person who brings the kind of municipal experience to this job, which is very specific in the auditing, in the office of auditor. It's not a finance director who helped shape the budget. And we're fortunate to have someone not only come, but in a position to be trained for 7 months by the previous auditor, so that she could learn about the processes that are used in Northampton. And to find an email circulating in the community mobilizing opposition to her, it's really an affront to the rest of the council, and it besmirches her reputation. And I really object to that. But I will now turn to both the mayor and the finance director to answer some of the questions that Councilor Rothenberg raises in more specificity.
Thank you, Councilor Moulton. I believe that was a directive to finance director, or an invitation rather to Director Nardi or Mayor Shara.
Thank you. I'll speak a little bit and then I'll throw it to Charlene to talk about more specifics. First of all, good evening, Council. Thank you for your thoughtful conversations this evening. I am very glad to speak to the appointment of Kayla Fisher as City Auditor. First, I would like to direct the Council to, in your spare time, look at DOR's, that's the Department of Revenue's Division of Local Services summary of duties and responsibilities of a municipal auditor / accountant, or accountant / auditor. It links the general laws that govern those duties and makes no distinction between a town accountant and a city auditor. They are the same duties and responsibilities. Kayla's over 10 years of municipal accounting and auditing experience and her 17 total years of municipal experience more than qualifies her for the position of city auditor. As has been stated, she's worked for Northampton now for 8 months, and she and former auditor Joyce Karpinski worked together for 7 months to ensure a smooth transition before Joyce's retirement. Kayla is working towards her Massachusetts Municipal Auditors and Accountants Association certification next month in March. This is a certification that is restricted only to members of MMAA to advance their professionalism. To even participate in the certification program, a member must meet education and experience qualifications adding up to at least 60 points on their scale. Kayla is up for certification with 105 points. I also, as Councilor Moulton mentioned, I want to talk about the identified shortage of qualified municipal finance officers in the Commonwealth. Many municipalities are facing huge hiring challenges and a lack of candidates with this specialized knowledge and experience that Kayla has. This has been an urgent shortage for many years, and the former governor convened a task force in 2017 to work on this problem. One of the programs that came out of that task force work to address the urgent need for municipal finance professionals is called the Local Finance Commonwealth Fellowship Program, which is a partnership between the Commonwealth's community colleges and municipalities, and it's administered by DLS with the support of both the Massachusetts Collector and Treasurers Association and the Massachusetts Municipal Auditors and Accountants Association. Last summer, I accepted DLS's offer to be a host community and asked our finance departments to participate in this fellowship program to support the education of the next generation of municipal finance professionals. We hosted 2 HCC interns who worked very hard. They're actually from Northampton originally, and they went through an intensive training program and then did work-based learning in our financial departments, including in the auditor's office with Kayla. The shortage of municipal financial officers and the need continues to be so alarming that it was just specifically named as a top issue by Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll last month at the MMA annual meeting. Today, I testified at the Joint Committee on Municipalities and Regional Governments hearing on the Municipal Empowerment Act. And I mention that because at that hearing today, the Lieutenant Governor and others speaking about the act specifically named this crisis as one of the key issues facing cities and towns. So as I've said, planning for filling our critical financial and oversight positions is something that we take extremely seriously. People applying for paid positions with the city are vetted by HR and are screened and interviewed before offers are made. Kayla went through this hiring process last April for the position starting in July. Again, understanding that each city and town is unique and there are always things that one can learn. When we posted the position, we strategically planned that whomever we hired would work with and under the instruction of the retiring auditor, Joyce Karpinski, who served the city with dedication and distinction for 17 years. So Kayla did overlap and worked intensely with Joyce to learn the procedures and the processes specific to Northampton for 7 months until Joyce's retirement last month. And Kayla has been serving in the role since then. So I will reiterate that we are so fortunate to have Kayla serving the city with her knowledge and her experience. And I thank the council for your respectful consideration of her appointment based on the actual facts of her qualifications. And I will turn it over to Director Nardi.
Good evening, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am respectfully requesting that the City Council confirm Ms. Fisher's appointment as City Auditor. As noted, Ms. Fisher applied for the position in March of 2023. She went through the interview process in April and was unanimously chosen among 5 applicants for the position. It has been noted she has an associate's degree and 17 years of municipal experience, which meets the qualifications of the posted position as having an equivalent combination of education and experience. Ms. Fisher has worked as a town accountant for 10 years, and the town, that is basically the town equivalent of a city auditor. While the communities that Ms. Fisher worked in before the city of Northampton are smaller, the overall responsibilities of a city auditor are generally the same as the town accountant. I can assure you, as the former town administrator for Williamsburg, Ms. Fisher did perform auditing duties as outlined. She did contact department heads when they overspent their budgets, when it looked like they were overspending their budget. That was the town administrator and a town accountant's job to make sure. Town accountant makes sure that the controls and balances between the treasurer's office and the town accountant's office are being maintained. So in her capacity as a town accountant, Ms. Fisher has already had the responsibility of maintaining a general ledger, the chart of accounts, financial records for reporting the undesignated fund balance in the Schedule A, and for closing the entire municipal books. She does not have a finance director to help her do that in smaller towns. Her duties in her previous position as town accountant and her responsibilities in the city of Northampton are, as mentioned, to maintain and monitor all financial activities of the city for accuracy, accountability, and legal compliance. Ms. Fisher has experience working in the Massachusetts Division of Labor Gateway System, and she has knowledge of generally accepted accounting principles, statements, and bulletins issued by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. And she is knowledgeable about the Massachusetts general laws that govern the town accountant and auditing position. The city auditor, like a town accountant, is an internal position and not public facing. This position does not create, recommend, or directly affect the city budget. However, as noted, they do make sure that we are in compliance. The position upholds the regulations of the Massachusetts general law and the city ordinances and follows directives from the mayor and the finance director. Ms. Fisher, has had 4 years of training attending the Massachusetts Municipal Auditors and Accountants Association. As noted, this is the professional organization for mass municipal auditors and accountants. She will be taking the certification exams in March, which are very in-depth tests of a member's knowledge of municipal accounting and finance law. She has had supervisory experience in her positions before her work in municipal government, and most recently, she has overseen and managed an assistant town accountant at each of the towns for which she served as town accountant with the Franklin Council of Governments. Understanding that each municipality's organization and procedures do differ slightly, and that there are always things to learn when you take on a new position. As the mayor mentioned, we planned for time to overlap between the successful candidate and the retiring auditor. For 7 months, July 2023 through January 2024, Ms. Fisher has worked with and under the direct instruction of retiring auditor Joyce Karpinski. And as I oversee the Office of the Auditor during that time, I regularly checked in with Ms. Karpinski to learn how it was going and to get an update on the progress. I also checked in with Ms. Fisher to make sure she felt comfortable in the training being provided. And I also spoke with staff to get a feel for how they felt the transition was going. The overlap training went very well by everyone's account in the office. I have had the great privilege and honor to work with Ms. Karpinski for 2.5 years before she retired, and I have great respect for her. And during one of our last conversations before she retired, she stated that she felt confident she was leaving the auditor's office in good hands. I feel strongly that Ms. Fisher has the qualifications to be successful as the city auditor, which she has been proving for the last 8 months that she can do. And I thank you for your consideration of her confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Labarge.
Yes, I have to say, the mayor, our financial director, Shardine Nardine, and also the applicant, Carla, that was there. And we did ask her questions, and I'm having a problem, a serious problem, of an excellent candidate, which was selected by the mayor, human resource, financial director, that I'm hearing tonight, that apparently a financial director has nothing to do with that department. That is incorrect. Incorrect. I have to agree with what our Councilor Moulton had to say. I think myself as a councilor received emails from people from different wards about Carla not being qualified. And I've never dealt with that before as a city councilor. An appointment that is for an auditor, a finance director, right down the line. They are screened big time. And I have all the respect for our finance director and our mayor and the team that was involved in this. Would I be calling human resource or calling this person and that person when I know that I have professional staff right in that mayor's office to make a decision who is well qualified? And she is well qualified. There's no question about it. She worked as that town accountant, which we heard. Now, which is definitely equal to a city auditor for 10 years. What's the problem here? Why is this applicant just being ripped apart here when it should not be happening? I'm not happy about this because I feel she is an excellent, excellent, excellent candidate, and I welcome her as our new auditor. There's no question about it. She answered the questions we wanted. We heard the mayor, we heard Shardine. That was plenty. And now all of a sudden, all this is coming out and it's going out throughout the city. And I think it's terrible, terrible to do that to a candidate or an applicant, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little tired here, but I'm trying to take in all this information. Before, however anyone feels about how they want to vote, I'm really concerned about this tone. What I see is we have a process here, and the reason it's great that we vet these candidates, the mayor does, and I'm sure they do an excellent job, but there is a reason we vote at this point after it's been in committee. And it's perfectly valid for Council Rothenberg to keep researching and find information and form an opinion and share that with her constituents and residents. I'm really concerned about, we're talking professional qualifications. I don't hear any personal attacks. I think we all appreciate the work that Ms. Fisher's put in for our city, but I'm concerned about the tone that we can't have any dissent, because that's what democracy is. It's respectful consent. Council Rothenberg has clearly done a lot of work. You don't have to agree with it, but I think this is what makes a healthy council. And this is why we have this process. I mean, if it was just we all trust and love whatever the mayor does, we wouldn't vote on it. And it's not, I don't think it's disparaging of the mayor's process or Ms. Fisher for people to have different opinion. I mean, that's the whole point of us being here. And, you know, so this is a department head. This is a leadership position. It is a policy making decision position. If it weren't, we wouldn't, we don't, council doesn't vote in custodians and admins. There's a reason. This is a very critical position. And I think it's fair to raise the idea of, you know, of looking at the salary and doing the best for our city we can. You know, we can disagree about that, but I really don't think we should be shutting people down here because they have a different opinion and they've, you know, I think that's a mistake. And I really appreciate the research, you know, Councilor Rothenberg did, whether you agree with it or not.
Thank you. Councilor Perry, then Councilor Elkins.
Again, in this meeting, I have to say I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in how this is playing out. As a former city services subcommittee member, I never would imagine this. One of the biggest things that stands out to me is the treatment of city employees. I worry about this whole discussion, how, you know, emails being disseminated through the community, questioning someone's qualifications, looks towards someone who wants to be a part of our city. You know, these are people. These are people who work with us, for us. We're trying to do good work. And I could never imagine treating a city employee like this. I'm all for due diligence. I'm all for doing some research. But as Councilor Moulton said, there are established places to ask these questions. If you have them, do your research before, ask those questions. When you have those questions, there are also other resources within the city, whether it's the mayor's office or things like that. The last thing I would imagine is someone trying to drum up constituent support against an employee. That's what bothers me. You know, it feels unfair. And it also feels a little bit disrespectful for the other councilors on the City Services Committee. You know, that committee is tasked with doing this hard work, so then we come here and we can hear about, you know, the questions they've asked, their concerns, all these things. And, you know, I'm very concerned about how you're here. So, you know, I believe that after the due diligence done by the other committees that I would support this appointment. You know, I know it's hard to find positions for places. You know, I've been, again, doing interviews for the police department. There's, you know, we've heard about the fire department having a lack of candidates. You know, this is a whole city municipal government thing. You know, finding qualified candidates is difficult. And knowing that our mayor and our finance director have been thinking proactively of trying to find someone, putting them in a place to learn from someone who's been doing the job, trying to think of finding someone who can grow into the position even, because so that there's some stability, there's some bigger vision for me. You know, I'm thankful for that work that's being done by the mayor's office. And, you know, as I said, this is kind of disappointing.
Councilor Elkins.
I need to reiterate, this is not a policy position. That was a long speech. There were a lot of words, a lot of things in it. It is not a policy position. I have to say, I received from constituents questions about Ms. Fisher's qualifications. It was shared with me an email that Councilor Rothenberg that you sent around to constituents outside of your own wards, so in other wards, that I also know did not actually go even to all of your constituents in Ward 3. That very clearly misrepresented the job posting and therefore allowed constituents to write me and other counselors saying that Ms. Fisher was not qualified and didn't meet the minimum qualifications of the posting. That's absolutely inaccurate and misleading. It was misleading what was shared with I'm not going to say constituents because they weren't all your constituents, but with people. And you did not attack Ms. Fisher in what you just said. I will say, though, that I got very disrespectful emails from people suggesting that she lacked initiative and that she didn't pursue educational and employment opportunities and advancement opportunities that she could have, that didn't understand what the MMAAA certification even was. I think it was disingenuous at best, the email that you sent. I also want to address the suggestion that you made during the city services process of hearing and bringing in city employees to speak to about their experiences with the person who very likely would be their boss. That's a completely unworkable. Turn your camera on. That's a completely
Councillor Elkins, please don't speak to Councillor Rothenberg that way. She does have the right to turn off her camera.
That's a completely outrageous thing to suggest that city employees do, to come in on their own time and be involved in the political process and then say, potentially be asked questions and asked to speak out against their potential boss. And it's unfair to the candidates to suggest that. I count on other committees to do the tasks that we've been assigned to them. I appreciate the work city services does to interview people and to speak to these candidates in the midst of everything that we were dealing with and all the emails about the resolutions that we discussed today. We on top of that, I had to respond to constituents who were given wrong information and misinformation and misrepresented the job posting and the process. And that was not a good use of my time. So I had to duplicate work that city services already did. I had to look into things that had already been considered. I had to verify things that the Human Resources Department and the mayor's office did, and others of us who were asked and confronted with these emails. So I just ask you, please raise these issues in city services. Please. Please be respectful of employees' times. Please be respectful of the candidates that come before and want to work with us. We will never have anybody come work in this city if this is the process that they have to go to and they'll be subjected to. Sorry, it's late, but I'm prepared to vote yes.
Other councillors. Councillor Pastors-Carr.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Rachel that we are here to talk to these people and learn about their qualifications, but there is a process for it, and the way it was done, I mean, I just think about how I would feel if something like that was done about me or about someone in my family, and emails were sent out throughout the city. And, it was smearing their reputation and their skills. It's just, I mean, it's a horrible way to treat somebody, and it could have been brought up differently, and you could have spoken about it tonight without involving constituents from all these different wards. And it's not the first time I've been inundated with emails saying somebody isn't qualified, and and also just knowing from my 40-year career, like what a luxury it is to have 7 months to train somebody. I mean, I've never had that kind of time, as an x-ray tech, and I'm dealing with sick people, and, I was always rushed through, the process. So to plan ahead and have 7 months where you can actually sit there and train somebody systematically and make sure they're up to speed by the time the person who was there, I think Joyce was her name, that's some pretty great planning, and it's good for for Miss Fisher. And I mean, if she leaves too now, who's going to train this new person? You know, it's basically almost a year lost of time and money, you know, paying her salary and training and what it takes to go into all that. So yeah, I just have a problem with the way it was handled. It's good to look into somebody and research, you know, the qualifications, but just the email thing is just, it's not right, you know. It's not a way to do things. And I've also spent a ton of time this week, you know, trying to get these resolutions out, and then I had to deal with answering emails about, sorry, my computer's telling me to lower my hand. Answering emails about Miss Fisher and looking into it, just like Marissa had to do, and researching her. So, you know, it just, I don't think it was handled that well.
Councilor Labarge.
Yes, thank you. I'll do it quickly. I am really concerned about all this because here we are talking about Kara, and it's going to get back. There's no question about it. This is all being taped. And how is she going to feel about hearing what has been done? I think it's just so wrong to go ahead and give out false information about an applicant who already was being trained by a great auditor that we had, a finance director, and the team itself who had hired her until we approved it. I'm very worried about this. Thank you, Councilor President.
Would anyone else like to speak?
Can't hear you.
Would anyone else like to speak?
Thank you.
Councilor Dubs.
Thank you. Just don't have a lot to say, but I as a member of City Services who actually voted to approve Kayla Fisher, I actually am thankful for Councilor Rothenberg's research and due diligence that she's done since then. And I guess I just don't think that I don't see the problem with doing more research after a committee meeting when part of the process is that we get to discuss the matter further as a council. So we're discussing it right now, and more information has come. You know, more information has come out about Kayla Fisher since we spoke at the committee meeting, and I just feel like part of the process that we have is that we get to discuss it right now, and I don't think that Councilor Rothenberg was personally attacking Kayla Fisher. I just think that she was calling into question her qualifications, and I think that's part of our job is if we do believe that someone's not qualified, that we should speak up about it. And I don't think that Councilor Rothenberg did anything wrong in doing that. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
I'll call on myself. I agree in that I welcome Councilor Rothenberg's research and presenting us with any information. I disagree with the method of although it's not there's nothing illegal or concerning, or you know, we'll take back concerning. There's nothing, you know, inappropriate about it. But I disagree with the method of sending out to constituents and having them contact counselors in the way that was done about this issue. I appreciate having learned so much more about Kayla Fisher and the auditing office, and I feel comfortable moving to approve Kayla Fisher as our auditor.
Second.
I did not catch who did that 1 second. Okay, Council. Motion made by Counselor Jarrett and seconded by Counselor Elkins. Further discussion? Counselor Moulton.
Yes, I, of course, will support the appointment of Kayla Fisher. I'm glad you took back the word concerning, Council President Jarrett. I feel it is concerning because I think it has the potential to have a chilling effect on other applicants who will think twice about stepping into a situation where a member of a committee that had already reviewed the applicant, then was soliciting opposition from people throughout the city. That's, I mean, that's not. I agree that I'm happy to hear the results of further research at our meeting tonight, but I'm not happy to have emails which are misleading, going out to solicit opposition to a city employee. It's just wrong.
Counselor Perry.
All right, I'm going to keep this brief, but I want to change the note of this conversation and just say I want to thank Ms. Fisher for her work here in Northampton for the last few months, and persevering through something that I can only imagine would be very difficult as a city employee to handle. When people are in this age of internet and information about you, misinformation is being spread, it's really hard to deal with that. And so I just want to thank her for applying for the position, continuing to work in the position, and hopefully continuing to make our city better.
Counselor Maori.
Yeah, your mic's going out a little bit, President.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to all of what everyone's referring to. I'm in this meeting now. We get to vote here, and I appreciate everything that everyone's bringing up. I have so much respect for our subcommittees, but we do come back to council for another vote. So it's not disrespectful for me. It doesn't feel that way for me to kind of respectfully disagree on a conclusion of a subcommittee. So I just feel like a department head, the last department head was there for 17 years. This is we have the school budget, we've got overrides, we've got a critical time. I just want the best for Northampton, and I think we need to restructure this. I like the suggestions about giving a little bump to the raise posting. It's not personal to anyone. But this is our job, to look at this. If it wasn't, we wouldn't get a vote here. And so it's not. It really isn't a personal statement. But I think that I would like to hold out, for, I think that our city wants more than here, that we desperately need something. We need to find that for our tax-paying residents the best we can here. And I guess my concern is, I think that the more, the higher a qualified or more independent an auditor can be. I mean, especially in this role, I think I appreciate life experience very much. I can relate to that. But I also think in this particular role, the role of auditor, you really need someone right out, who can be independent and not feel beholden or being trained, and especially our precious time of our finance director. I think that I think that we can just reimagine this role to be a stronger role in our city. And yeah, I think personally, I would rather continue with an interim position until we can find someone that really is our ideal person, and that can, we can really, all kind of feel good about. So yeah, I guess that's all I'll say. And I think, I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the work of city sort of services and for the work of Ms. Fisher, but I'm doing my job.
Oh, I'm
Call the
sorry.
question?
I muted. We have heard from everyone. Are we ready to vote? Okay, roll call, please, Laura. Yeah.
Counselor Perry,
Yes.
Counselor Rothenberg,
I believe that you can't unmute. Okay.
It's no.
That's,
Okay.
I think that can be
Right. That's a no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Dobbs,
No.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
No.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
and Counselor Pastrich Clemmer.
Yes.
So if I count right, that passes 6-3.
That's what I got too.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. We move on to ordinances. And we have 3 ordinances to take up. The first is 24.007, an ordinance relative to stop sign on Redford Drive. And Laura, would you be able to just show the aerial view?
May I interrupt, President Jarrett?
Yes.
I have a sick kiddo I need to deal with. I'm afraid I'm going to have to call it a night. There's a stomach virus in my house and I have to.
Oh,
Thank
I'm
you so much.
sorry. Well, yes. Good night, Councilor Maori, and thank you.
I'm working on it here.
So Councilor Pastrich Clemmer and I are members of the Transportation and Parking Commission. And so we got a chance to review this there and then also in legislative matters where it received a positive recommendation. This is a situation where we have an existing stop sign on one side and no stop sign at the other, although motorists, all vehicles must stop there. So this clarifies a potentially confusing situation where you have a higher speed road, Burt's Pit Road, and then Cardinal Way and Redford Drive that should have stop signs on both sides. Any questions? Councilor Labarge.
Yes. This has been a problem for some time. I know because it's in Ward 6. And we have many children from coming out of Cardinal Way who have to cross the street, all right, and get onto Redford Drive and get over to Ryan Road School. This has been a problem for some time here, and I'm very thankful that this is going to happen because the traffic is phenomenal on Portspit Road.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge. Any other comments? Looking for a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion made by Councilor Labarge.
Second.
And I didn't catch the second. Councilor Perry? Seconded by Councilor Perry. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Rothenberg,
I see a thumbs up.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Dobbs,
Yes.
Counselor Elkins,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Moulton,
Yes.
Counselor Pastrich Clemmer,
Yes.
and Counselor Perry.
Yes.
So that passes with 1 absent. Next is 24.008, an ordinance relative to multi-way stop signs in various locations. This was referred to legislative matters, originated at Transportation and Parking, where it received a positive recommendation, and it also received a positive recommendation from Legislative Matters. And Laura, if you would bring up the map, and I'd be happy to introduce these three. The first is Hinckley Street at Warner Street. So there was a report from our consultant. I mean, I've heard from a number of constituents about this one, and there have been some concerns regarding people stopping or needing to stop in front of folks' houses, and the additional traffic or additional traffic time and dwell time there that will bring. But it's clear from the report from the consultant that the intersection site distances at Hinckley Street and Warner Street are too short, that you're not able to see traffic going by on Warner Street if you're stopped at Hinckley Street in some cases, so that a four-way stop is safer. I can just introduce all three and then we can discuss. I can't see anyone right now, so I don't know if there's any hands.
Yes,
Okay,
I think that'd be introducing all
see
three.
any
would be good.
hands. Okay, so the next one, Riverside Drive at Federal Street. So this is an issue with safety issues, issue with motorists who are traveling fast on Riverside Drive. Then others are trying to pull out of Federal. Also with pedestrians crossing Riverside. So making this into a four-way stop should make it safer. There've certainly been crashes here, and constituents have reported to me for quite a while that this is a concerning intersection. I've crossed it many a time, and I'm always a bit nervous about stepping out onto Riverside Drive. Finally, Prospect Street at Crescent and Summer Streets, making that into a four-way stop. And that is because of sight lines. I don't know if there's anyone from, I forget whose ward this is, but if you would like to speak to it. Is it Ward 2 or Ward 1, right? Or Ward 4?
It's Ward, Council President, it's now Ward 4, but I'm very familiar with it because it used to be Ward 1, and I will say that when I represented this intersection, a number of people in that area did express to me concern about vehicles. The sight lines are very poor at that intersection, and there is concern about vehicles coming through. And I think that this meets the requests of people in that neighborhood.
Thank you. So discussion on these three. One ordinance, three stop signs. Councilor Pastich Clemmer.
Yeah, I at the transportation parking meeting, studies were done on all of these three locations, and they found that they were dangerous, and they did meet the criteria for having a stop sign there. And so I support all three of these.
Thank you. Looking for a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
A motion made by Councilor Perry, seconded by Councilor Elkins, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilor Dobbs,
Yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Pastich Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
and Councilor Rothenberg.
That's a yes. At the last, so that passes unanimously, one absent. 24.009 of ordinance relative to parking on West Street. So this, so as we know, West Street, well, I'm not sure we all know. I forget when we approved that additional funding, if it was in this council or the last where Smith College's donation. But West Street and Elm Street are being studied, and there's funding to improve safety there. But this is a shorter term solution to provide better sight lines for visibility of pedestrians crossing from the parking garage, the Smith College parking garage, to Arnold Ave and the rest of the West Street or the Smith campus. So that it's a removal of, yes, I guess it's about 3 parking spaces if you count the 3 red vehicles that are there, to improve those sight lines. I also forget whose ward this is, but I think Ward 2?
Yeah, it's mine, Alex.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilman. Yeah, so it came about because recently, something like the last month, there were 2 accidents in a week. People were hit. There's a person versus motor vehicle, and they were both injured. And at our meeting too, someone spoke who had a fairly serious accident about a year ago too around this area. So cars do come flying down West Street or 66. So and they're taking away the 3 parking spots there too. And there are signs now saying about the traffic change and to monitor your speed. So I think that this is a good idea here. This whole area is kind of part of Smith campus, so there's a lot of students walking around all the time and back and forth into the library. So there's a lot of foot traffic in that area.
Oops, thank you. And I look forward to the further improvements that we'll see once the study comes back and we can those can move along. We need a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
I think that was Councilor Perry and seconded by Councilor Elkins again. And that I remember when none of us could. It was Councilor Labarge and Councilor Dwight. They would always get the motions.
Always get what?
You would always get the motions or the seconds in. You're very fast.
Whatever.
So further discussion on this ordinance. Okay, roll call, please.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Pastich Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg,
Yes.
and Councilor Dobbs.
Yes.
Passes unanimously, but with 1 absence. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Thank you,
I'll move to
everyone,
adjourn.
for difficult meeting.
Second.
Have a good week.
And I would look. Did I hear a motion to adjourn?
That was me. I'll move to adjourn.
I think
And-
Councilor Labarge got the second.
All right.
How's that?
Motion made by Councilor Perry, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Roll call on adjourning.
Councilor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
Councilor Pastich Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Perry,
Yes.
Councilor Rothenberg,
Yes.
Councilor Dobbs,
Yes.
and Councilor Elkins.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Great.
See